Chapter 960. Fang Ping. Qi Huanyu's voice was extremely cold. Because his Tao of origin had been damaged by Zhao Xingwu previously, he had been injured by Zhao Xingwu many times during the brief exchange of blows with him. The saber marks on his body had not disappeared yet. He had never suffered such a huge loss when fighting against a rank 9. How many years has it been? Qi Huanyu's voice was cold, but Fang Ping's expression was indifferent. At this moment, there were over 100 people on the opposite side. On his side, there were about 200 survivors. In terms of numbers, Fang Ping's side had the upper hand. However, there were too many injured. As for Fang Ping's wealth, he did not have much left. The heavenly god fruit did not increase his wealth. It was extremely dangerous at that time, so the heavenly god fruit could not increase it. But now that the food was gone, it naturally wouldn't increase it for him. However, Fang Ping did not care about that. He looked at the people opposite him and said with a smile, "Qi Huanyu, do you want to live? If you want to, kill Gu Qing and the others and I'll let you live." Humph. Qi Huanyu snorted coldly. At this point, how could he believe Fang Ping's nonsense? Hao did not say a word as he gathered the last of the divine court army. 2 golden armors and 2 blood armors. One of the 2 golden armored warriors was the one who had just gone back to report the news. Gu Qing didn't say anything either. At this moment, Qi Huanyu suddenly said, "It's normal for us to kill each other when we're enemies. But Fang Ping, don't you forget what our goal is this time." So many people had died, but they hadn't even seen the space battlefield. If we continue to fight, I'm afraid none of us will be able to enter the realm battlefield. With so many people dead, if the space battlefield encountered any danger, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. Fang Ping smiled and said, "Why didn't you consider this before?" "You're talking about this now." Qi Huanyu said coldly, "Do you think you can win? How many of your men can still fight? If we continue to fight, both sides will suffer. How many of us will survive in the end?" At this moment, Fang Ping's expression changed slightly. A fat cat appeared in his mind. Fang Ping was a little surprised. He thought that the gray cat would not be able to contact him in the chaos origin path. He didn't expect this to work too. "Liar, liar, pick up the phone." The cat was still panting heavily. It seemed to be very, very tired. Fang Ping closed his eyes, pretending to be profound, but in fact he was communicating with the cat. "Big Cat, the god-slaying saber has been stolen. The people of Mount Wangu snatched it." "Oh." The cat did not seem to have any reaction, but it calmed down for a second. Soon its eyes widened. "Has Mount Wangu been snatched away?" "Yes." Trouble." The cat mumbled. "There's a guy on Mount Wangu who's very powerful and—" "Forget it, forget it." The cat wanted to say something, but hesitated. After a while it said, "It's okay. The god-slaying saber is mine. As long as I make a move, I can get it back. By the way, the pseudo-human emperor said that many people have come in again, and he asked me to inform you." Fang Ping's expression changed. The king battlefield was isolated from the outside world, so he really didn't know that someone else had entered. Needless to say, those who could enter now were people from the catacombs. As for how Zhang Tao was going to tell the cat, it was simple. He just had to think about the image and add the cat into the picture. "Someone from the catacombs has come again." Fang Ping's heart wavered. He felt somewhat helpless and sorrowful. Yes, there were many rank 9s in the catacombs. Unlike humans, if a few hundred died, a few hundred more could enter. Now, however, his people were all injured. Li Changsheng and the other top-notch combat strength were almost powerless to fight anymore. Even now, they might not have the upper hand if they were to fight Qi Huanyu and the rest. Not to mention that the other party had already entered. Qi Huanyu probably didn't know either, or he knew and was stalling for time. Fang Ping opened his eyes, looking at Qi Huanyu, and said slowly, "Qi Huanyu, do you mean to stop now?" "That's right." Qi Huanyu said coldly, "Right now. You and I can't do anything to the other party. If that's the case, instead of dying together, why don't we stop fighting? Fang Ping, how many god generals do you have in the land of rebirth? If we send you all to your graves, other than those true kings, the land of rebirth will have no successors, whereas in divine land there are many powerhouses. Even if we all die here, it's insignificant. Do you really want to fight us to the end? Fang Ping chuckled. I'm not that stupid. I can kill you all sooner or later. But now I think, should we join forces and get rid of some of them? Fang Ping looked at Qi Huanyu abruptly and said in a low voice, Qi Huanyu, I don't care what agreement you have with the two kings. Has the Life King really given up on everything? If not, then let's join hands and kill everyone in the Divine Court Army. Now that the rest of the Divine Court Army is dead and Di Hao is too powerful, I have no choice but to deal with him. Di Hao still did not say a word. The two golden armors and two blood armors beside him were extremely vigilant. Qi Huanyu glanced at Di Hao and the others without saying a word. Fang Ping said mildly, killing Di Hao, killing the two kings' people, this is the real consensus. Previously, you killed our people, and we also killed your people. Let's call it even. Qi Huanyu, do you really think you can get the treasure if Di Hao doesn't die? Fang Ping sneered. You're dreaming. If I remember correctly, there are many corpses of powerhouses in the space battlefield. Who knows if the second king refined those corpses? Once you're controlled by someone, you and I will be in even more trouble. Also, was the Divine Court Army really that small? If I remember correctly, the person who was controlling the corpse is gone. A peak rank 9 mentality powerhouse. Is it one person or a group of people? The strength of our forces is obvious. But have you really seen through the strength of the two kings? To me, it's really stupid to work with the second king. Wang Jinyang, who was severely injured, panted. These people close the portals of the other territories, but not the rank 9 territories portal. I'm afraid they have ulterior motives. They might even lure people in on purpose and kill them all. Among the crowd, many people's expressions changed again. Di Hao said nothing, but his mentality was focused on the mirror-like compass in his arms. On the compass, besides them, hundreds of little red dots appeared on the portal of the rank 9 territory in the blink of an eye. These hundreds of little red dots were rushing toward the core zone at high speed. They would probably arrive in less than 10 minutes. At this moment, Di Hao was no longer as hysterical as before. The moment the blood armors of the Divine Court Army were killed, he went crazy. However, he was a top-notch powerhouse who had experienced many battles and was even a true god. He had seen countless comrades die with his own eyes. He was so sad because the last few soldiers of the Divine Court Army were really almost all dead. At this moment, Di Hao opened his eyes and looked around, especially Fang Ping's side. When he saw Fang Ping, Di Hao's eyes showed a hint of red, but he quickly calmed down. He said slowly, Fang Ping, on the battlefield, everyone has their own master. It has nothing to do with right or wrong. You have invaded the second king's territory. The Divine Court Army has no problem taking action. Fang Ping looked at him and smiled. What are you trying to say? Di Hao closed his eyes again. However, in the next moment he said through mentality, Fang Ping, the people of the fake dynasty have entered this place again. Once the fake dynasty's reinforcements arrive, the fake dynasty will become the strongest party. Are you willing to see this happen? Fang Ping's eyes moved slightly. As expected, these guys could really grasp the situation of the people who entered. Di Hao had been here all along, but he knew that people from the catacombs had come. Fang Ping sized him up, and soon his gaze fell on his arms. There seemed to be something there. Could this be the thing that monitored the entire imperial battlefield? Fang Ping did not waste any time as he thought about it. He said quickly, They're here? How many are here? Almost 300 of them. Di Hao was extremely calm. They're all at peak origin. Once they enter, who can fight them? Which of your parties still have their peak combat strength? If hundreds of Origin enter, you'll definitely die. There were only about 300 people left in this place. Qi Huanyu's side still had more than 50 people. In addition to the 300 people who entered, there would be more than 350 powerhouses in the catacombs. As for the other parties, there were only about 250 people in total. Most of them could not fight, and the rest were also exhausted. Fang Ping said quickly, "What do you want?" "Join forces. Let's kill Qi Huanyu and the others before they arrive. As for the fake dynasty's reinforcements, I'll help you. I'll help you split them up. Although we can't control the chaos origin here, we can guide it. Once we split them up, we can concentrate our strength and kill them one by one." Fang Ping looked at him with a half-smile and said, "What's the second king's goal?" "No goal. Our goal is to kill one more of you. The more, the better." Di Hao made it sound simple. The God Court army's goal was to kill the invading enemies. As for who they died in and which party they belonged to, they did not care. Both of them were communicating. At this moment, Qi Huanyu was also communicating with someone. "We've suffered such heavy losses. I'm afraid Lord Life King and the others have already received the news that we have reinforcements. Everyone drag it out for a while more. When the time comes, we'll annihilate everyone." Qi Huanyu and the leaders of the other 3 majestic dynasties were discussing. The majestic battlefield was in the catacombs restricted area within the 4 majestic dynasties' territory. The second king was the landlord? No, the 4 majestic dynasties were the real landlord. The second king was already a thing of the past. Only the 4 majestic dynasties had the ability to continuously send in reinforcements here. If the 4 majestic dynasties joined forces, they could even send in thousands of rank 9s at a critical moment. Not to mention that some of the majestic dynasty's troops had yet to enter. Qi Huanyu knew that his side would have reinforcements very soon. At this moment, he had to do his best to buy time, not only to wait for reinforcements, but also to recover from his injuries. If he did not recover, he would not be able to match powerhouses like Fang Ping, Di Hao, and Zhao Xingwu. If he lost, the catacombs' momentum would decline. Soon, Qi Huanyu muttered in his heart. He looked around. Right now, everyone's mentality was surging. Obviously, after the big battle, they were all thinking about what to do next. Di Hao, if the second king only has a few subordinates left, then forget about the cooperation. Fang Ping laughed and said, "You want to use us as fighters? Scavengers? You'd better show us your trump card. How many people are there? Are there no living people in the Divine Court Army?" Di Hao said calmly, "There are 2 surviving centurions in the Divine Court Army. One is controlling the corpse puppet, and the other is secretly guiding the chaos origin. In addition to the 2 centurions here, myself, and 2 blood armors, there are 7 top-notch origins. Isn't that enough?" "That's all?" "Fang Ping, time is running out. If you're not willing, then forget it." Di Hao said no more. At this moment, everyone was very far away, afraid that they would be schemed against. Fang Ping glanced at Qi Huanyu. He did not seem to sense the strange atmosphere and was still looking at him. Qi Huanyu probably knows that there are reinforcements in the catacombs. Fang Ping turned his head to look at his side. The powerhouses who could still fight at this time were Zhao Xingwu, Kong Lingyuan, Su Yunfei, Jiang Kuei. There were not many who could fight, less than 50 people. On the overseas Immortal Island side, there were not many who could fight either. There were only a few top-notch powerhouses like Yuhua. Looking at Li Changxing and the others, Fang Ping's heart sank. These people had to be sent away as soon as possible. At this moment, he was also powerless to save these people. He would send them back first and think of a way later. "Elder Kong." Fang Ping sent a voice transmission to Kong Lingyuan. "Elder Kong, bring a few people and escort Minister Wu and the others back." Kong Lingyuan's injuries were not light, but not as serious as the others. He frowned when he heard that. Leave? If he left, what would happen to Fang Ping and the others? Let Li Daong escort them back. I won't leave. Fang Ping pondered for a moment. At this moment, Zhao Xingwu suddenly sent a voice transmission. Is there an unforeseen event? Yes. The catacombs reinforcements are here. Zhao Xingwu was not too surprised. He continued to send a voice transmission. What are your plans? Are you going to bring the people and retreat now, or fight to the end? Revenge. Fang Ping's voice was calm. So many people have died. I can't accept this. I want revenge. The leaders from all sides are not dead. I can't leave now. Moreover, the treasure is very important. I have to get my hands on it. Let's not talk about the catacombs. This time, I have to at least destroy Guqing's side and Dihao's side. The catacombs reinforcements are hard to kill all of them. However, are there any reinforcements from Outland and the Borderlands? He could ignore the catacomb side. The other party had a huge advantage. However, there were only about 50 people on Guqing's side. Dihao and the others had even fewer. He wanted to kill them. If he did not kill them and retreated now, how could his dead comrades rest in peace? Zhao Xingwu frowned slightly when he heard that. After thinking for a while, he sent a voice transmission. The seal has been lifted. My Tao of Origin has already stepped out 1,000 meters. If I unleash my full strength now, I will instantly ignite the chaotic Tao of Origin. Fang Ping, I'm afraid it will be very difficult for me to use my full strength again. Having said that, he added, since I have already reached the pinnacle, I'm not willing to perish together with Qi Huanyu and the rest. My life is more important than some rank 9s. If you want revenge, I won't stop you. But I can't die with them. Zhao Xingwu was straightforward. He was already at the pinnacle. If he did not reach the pinnacle, it was worth it to exchange his life for the lives of some catacombs powerhouses. However, if he reached the pinnacle, he could not die now. It was not worth it to exchange the life of a pinnacle for the lives of some rank 9s. Fang Ping replied, Of course. Leader Zhao only needs to stop some people. There's no need to kill the enemy. Oh, right. At this moment, Zhao Xingwu thought for a while and sent a voice transmission. I'm afraid I can't stay here for long. Initially, I came here to look for something. I'm afraid I don't have the time now. If you have the chance, help me look for it. Something? Yes. A corpse or a life origin. Fang Ping was surprised. Corpse? There were corpses everywhere. It's not these. It's the corpse or origin of an emperor level. It's a little special. Listen to me. If that corpse is still here, there are a few characteristics. First, the golden body should be at the 9th forging realm. After rank 8, it entered the 9th forging realm. You should be able to distinguish this point. Second, the aura of the origin is very ancient. I can't tell how ancient it is. Third, it's very handsome. You can say that. Fourth, the other party used a sword. You can see if there are any weapons left. If you find this person, you must bring him back no matter what. Zhao Xingwu said quickly, remember, this corpse might be more important than the treasure. More important than the treasure? Fang Ping was extremely surprised. As long as you remember it. Zhao Xingwu sent a voice transmission quickly. I don't know where the corpse is, or if there's anything left. If there is, it might be in some extremely dangerous places. Be careful. It's a man? Who is it? A man. Who is it? Zhao Xingwu was silent for a moment. Soon he said, a very important person. He's related to Mount Wangwu. On Mount Wangwu's side, although they watched with folded arms and even took away your divine weapon, don't clash with them now. Mount Wangwu's situation is a little complicated. If we find this corpse, maybe we'll have the help of a top powerhouse. This time, the possibility of Ling Xiao and the rest entering for the treasure is not high. I think it's also related to this corpse. But remember, What we get is more valuable than what Ling Xiao and the rest get. Understood? Mount Wangwu was a very mysterious place. When the cat talked about Mount Wangwu, it sounded a little vague. Obviously, it knew a lot of things but was unwilling to say. Zhao Xingwu, suppressing Heavenly King, Zhang Tao, these people seem to have been planning Mount Wangwu's matter since a long time ago. Not only them, but even the catacombs and even the two kings seemed to be related to Mount Wangwu. Mount Wangwu could actually withdraw from the great battle. This was the strange thing. What was the situation with the emperor of Mount Wangwu? Although Fang Ping did not know, he still remembered this at this moment. The top combat strength that Zhao Xingwu was talking about might be the emperor of Mount Wangwu. I understand. If that's the case, Leader Zhao, bring these injured people with you. Okay, but I can only send them to the passageway. That's enough. Having said that, Fang Ping quickly sent a voice transmission to Di Hao. Kill Gu Qing and the rest first. Reduce one side's power, lest they cause more trouble. If you agree, then we'll cooperate. If you don't agree, you can try to cooperate with Gu Qing and the rest. Di Hao, I don't care what you guys are planning. After this, you and I must fight to the death. Di Hao gave him a deep look. This was also what he wanted to say. Fang Ping let the corpse puppet kill his comrades. He did not plan to let Fang Ping leave alive. However, at this moment, cooperating with Fang Ping was the best choice. The purpose of the Divine Court troops was to eliminate these foreign powerhouses. If the fake dynasty was too strong, it would not be in line with their original intention. Okay, but everyone is on guard now. I will try my best to move the people from the fake dynasty away, leaving the people from Outland and the Borderlands. Can you kill them? Your people have to do their part. Fang Ping interrupted him directly. You have 7 powerhouses. It's not a big problem to stop 15 of them. Leave the rest to us. If you can agree, then agree. If you can't, then leave. Okay. Di Hao agreed happily again. They would kill Gu Qing and the rest first. Chapter 961. Di Hao agreed. Fang Ping said quickly, if you move the catacombs away and then move us, can you make us appear in the surroundings of Grandmaster's camp? Don't resist. That will do. Okay. Fang Ping agreed readily, but he was thinking about how Di Hao would control it. The thing in his arms. If that was the case, it would be a treasure. If he got it, it might be of great use. Far away, Gu Qing vaguely sensed that something was wrong. At this moment, he did not dare to trust anyone, including Qi Huanyu. At this moment, Fang Ping suddenly broke through the air and went straight to Qi Huanyu, shouting, "Kill!" Damn it! Qi Huanyu cursed. He did not expect that Fang Ping, the bastard, would still attack. Let's go. Qi Huanyu did not want to stay for long. He planned to wait for everyone to come in, gather as one, and then attack. When that time came, Fang Ping and the others would not escape death. This time, they must make Fang Ping and the others stay. As soon as Fang Ping attacked, the other martial artists who could fight also joined the battle. A group of people quickly attacked the catacombs. Near Gu Qing, the top-notch powerhouse from Mount Luofu said in a low voice, "Should we attack?" Qi Huanyu's side now lacked top-notch powerhouses. If Fang Ping and the others caught up, they might be in big trouble. Without the lips, the teeth would be interdependent. Everyone understood this principle. Gu Qing looked around and looked at Di Hao and the others. These people did not move. Seeing this scene, Gu Qing did not know why, but he felt a chill. This time, they joined forces to besiege Fang Ping and the others. But in the end, they suffered heavy losses, including the destruction of their clones. This was beyond his expectations. At this time, Gu Qing was also unwilling to continue fighting with them. He said telepathically, "Don't attack! Leave this place as soon as possible. This time our goal is the treasure. Now that all sides have suffered heavy losses, let them fight. We'll go find the entrance to the space battlefield." Okay, they did not say much. In reality, they did not dare to attack anymore. This time, out of the 22 Grandmasters, 6 surrendered to the human world. Grand Peace Sky and Chongrong Sky did not come out. All 14 Grandmasters had rushed here. Among the 8 bounded zones, Kuatsong and Purple Cover were empty. Ling Xiao from the royal house had left. 2 had surrendered to the human world. The remaining 3 were also here. But this time the void mausoleum grotto heaven was almost wiped out. The fact that there were only 50 or so experts left was enough to make them feel a little terrified. Just as Gu Qing was about to leave, Yang Jingjing suddenly said from within the crowd, "Based on my understanding of Fang Ping, he will definitely kill everyone and exact his revenge. If we don't join forces with the catacombs to kill Fang Ping and the rest now, as long as he doesn't die, then everyone will be in big trouble." Yang Jingjing was not dead. This rank 7 woman did not participate in the battle. She had been watching from the beginning. She was only at the 7th rank, and the others did not let her join in. By the time the old woman was killed, and most of the people from the Void Mausoleum Paradise had been killed, the others couldn't care less about the woman. He didn't expect Yang Jingjing to interrupt at this moment. Gu Qing furrowed his brows in displeasure. Yang Jingjing bit her lips and said softly, "What my daughter said is the truth." Fang Ping was vengeful, and the more he fought, the stronger he became. Every time he left the catacombs, he would become 3 times stronger. If they did not kill Fang Ping this time, they would never have a day of peace. Although Fang Ping was young, he had practiced martial arts for 3 years, and no one he wanted to kill had survived. The people he wanted to kill are all dead. 3 years of martial arts practice. Her words made some people's eyes flicker. Most of the time, people forgot that Fang Ping had only practiced martial arts for 3 years. 21 years old. In some ancient sects, disciples started practicing martial arts at a young age. There were a few who only started martial arts at the age of 18. Fang Ping, on the other hand, was 21 years old and had only practiced martial arts for 3 years. 3 years of top-notch rank, 9 combat strength. The most top-notch kind. Gu Qing was in a trance at this moment. If this person did not die, they would never have a day of peace. However, Fang Ping was difficult to kill. He could not even kill Fang Ping in the desperate situation earlier. Could he still do it now? Just as he was thinking about this, Fang Ping and the others were approaching the catacombs at high speed in the distance. A great battle was about to break out. Qi Huanyu was furious and was ready to fight to the death. Who knew that at this moment, an unexpected scene would appear? The moment the 2 sides were about to exchange blows, the world changed. In the next moment, Qi Huanyu and the others moved away as the scene changed, disappearing without a trace. At the same time, Gu Qing's expression changed drastically. "Go. Do you think you can leave?" Fang Ping's figure suddenly appeared in front of him and punched. His fist was like a saber, exploding his golden body with one punch. Gu Qing's physique was not strong to begin with. After being hit by Fang Ping, his golden body exploded very quickly. However, he was not a weakling either. His mentality was extremely strong. He reacted instantly, unleashing his mentality and condensing it into a long spear. He did not stab Fang Ping, but pierced through the void and disappeared in the blink of an eye. As soon as he disappeared and reappeared outside the rift, Zhao Xingwu slashed with his saber. "Ah!" Gu Qing let out a scream. Half of his mentality, illusory body was destroyed in the blink of an eye. At this time, Yu Wuhua and the others attacked the overseas Immortal Islands people. "Run!" Someone shouted. They were tricked. No one had expected Fang Ping and the others to suddenly teleport to their side, and this was something Fang Ping could not do. Who could? In the next moment, everyone knew. Di Hao, the 2 golden armors, and the 2 blood armors threw the spears in their hands. The spears were as fast as lightning. In the air, the 5 spears merged into one, piercing through a rank 9 powerhouse in an instant. How could an ordinary rank 9 be a match for the 5 powerhouses joining forces? Almost instantly, a rank 9 exploded, including his mentality. He died on the spot. Di Hao's expression was cold. All of them deserved to die. All of them were invaders. No matter who died, they deserved to die, including Fang Ping and the others, Qi Huanyu and the others. In the end, they would all stay on this land. Now, they would send Gu Qing and the others to hell first. Di Hao glanced at Gu Qing from the corner of his eyes. At this moment, Gu Qing was being hunted by Fang Ping and Qi Huanyu together. His mentality was constantly being erased. It was hard for him to escape death today. Once he died, even if there were other top-notch powerhouses on Grandmaster's side, could they support Grandmaster's side? Fang Ping did not care so much. The Crystal House was released again. The entire Sun City appeared, filling the entire void and surrounding Gu Qing. Gu Qing, on the other hand, did not care. The confusion of a small city was not a problem for him. At this moment, Gu Qing could really feel the danger of death. He could not care about the others. He wanted to escape. You can't do it again. Gu Qing, this is the 3rd time today. Can you still escape? Fang Ping's voice was cold. The first time he destroyed Gu Qing's clone. The second time he killed many of Gu Qing's people who worked together with Ping Yutian. The third time, this time he and Zhao Xingwu worked together and still could not kill Gu Qing. Fang Ping felt that he needed to reflect on himself, escaping from his hands 3 times. What kind of concept was this? He was not the kind of person who would let his enemies escape, grow stronger, and then kill him. Gu Qing was extremely talented. He could cultivate his mentality to 10,000 hertz at rank 9. Not just 1, but 2, and he even had a clone. Although these people were said to be old antiques, they did not really live for a long time. These years, they spent almost all of their time in deep sleep. If a genius like this escaped time and time again, he might turn the tables on them. As for Fang Ping, he would not let this happen. Villain? He was the biggest antagonist here. Fang Ping knew that a genius might have an outburst after going through a desperate situation. For example, Li Changsheng. This old man experienced despair, and then his outburst was shocking. This time, although he did not show 2 eye-catching battle results, the old man's strength almost broke the seal made by 98 blood armors. This was strength. Go to hell. Buildings flashed continuously in Fang Ping's small city, blocking Gu Qing's path. Gu Qing pressed forward, breaking through these obstructions again and again. But he was still a little too slow. At this moment, Zhao Xingwu had also landed in Fang Ping's small city. As soon as he entered the small city, all the obstructions in front of Zhao Xingwu dissipated, and a big road led straight to Gu Qing. Zhao Xingwu saw the situation and laughed, breaking through the air, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Gu Qing felt a strong threat behind him and roared, "Zhao Xingwu, don't force me. If I self-destruct, it will trigger Chaos Origin Restless. You have stepped into True God. If you are affected, you will die without a doubt." At this moment, Fang Ping suddenly smiled faintly. "Leader Zhao, you have just broken through. You haven't transformed yet, right?" "Not yet. If I had transformed, killing him wouldn't be so troublesome. Then I have an idea. Leader Zhao, go all out and try. Since you haven't transformed, it means that your mentality hasn't changed either. You still can't split yourself, right?" "That's right. Then explode your full strength and kill him." Fang Ping was also in hot pursuit, but he did not delay passing on the message. He suddenly thought of something. Since Zhao Xingwu had not transformed, then his mentality was not as strong as his. He could help him conceal his aura. If he concealed it, would it attract Chaos Origin's attention? Perhaps. Zhao Xingwu could attack for a little longer. Although Zhao Xingwu did not realize that Fang Ping could help him conceal his aura, since Fang Ping said so, he did not hold back anymore. With a roar, He took a step forward 1,000 meters. Just like Qin Yaozu in the past, wherever the great Tao was, it was within his reach. Zhao Xingwu took a step forward 1,000 meters, his saber slashing down. Gu Qing's hair stood on end. This time he did not escape. Turning around, his mentality condensed into a long spear that looked like it was real, and he attacked Zhao Xingwu. Not only that, but various images also appeared before Zhao Xingwu's eyes. Sect disciples died in battle. Neo-martial artists ostracized the sections. After he left, sect disciples died in battle in the catacombs to wash away the humiliation. In his mind, there was still Zhang Tao's existence. Neo-martial artists don't need sects. Zhao Xingwu, you are the sect leader. If you are strong, the sect will not be destroyed. If I don't kill you, the neo-martial artist powerhouses will not attack their comrades. You choose, will you leave or stay? Zhao Xingwu, the sects and the bounded domain are closely related. I can't let the sects continue to grow. One day, when people from the bounded domain come, I don't know how you will choose, but I dare not gamble. Zhao Xingwu, what will you choose? Scenes flashed past. In his mind, Zhao Xingwu was indignant. I, Zhao Xingwu, have fought for humanity for so many years. I have never wronged anyone. Now, even the sect's legacy can't be preserved? Zhang Tao, is this how you treat your comrades who fought for humanity? Zhang Tao, are you going to give up tens of thousands of martial artists in the sect world just because you don't know the real situation of the bounded domain? I, Zhao Xingwu, have never wronged anyone in my life. I dare to say with a clear conscience that I am a hero of humanity, not a disgrace. Why is it like this? Scenes of the past flashed before his eyes. At that time, how indignant he had been. In this life, his original intention of becoming strong was to strengthen Mount Wangu. Before his master died, he had tearfully told him not to let the sect become a thing of the past, to let Mount Wangu exist forever. He had promised his master. Therefore, in that era, he had taken over the position of the sect leader. At that time, some people had cursed him, the eagle and dog of the imperial court. Some old fogies of the sect world had pointed at his nose and scolded him. You should not have sided with the imperial court. What qualifications do you have to be the leader? Neo-martial artists? What was neo-martial artists? The era of sects had never passed. The old fogies of the sect world did not understand him. The leaders of the neo-martial era did not feel at ease with the sects, especially when the bounded domain had just begun to show signs. Zhang Tao had sought him out many times to talk. Mount Wangu could not continue to grow. Not only Mount Wangu, but the entire sect world could not continue to grow. If they grew, they would form countless connections with the bounded domain, and in the future it would be very easy for trouble to arise. There might even be situations where they would be replaced. If not for the neo-martial artists suppressing the sect world, perhaps the bounded domain today would not have come out of the mountains, and the scene now would not be like this. Instead, a large number of sects had sided with the bounded domain, because everyone was of the same origin. Earth's Mount Wangu and the catacombs Mount Wangu. Were they not of the same origin? If Mount Wangu grew stronger, would it support the neo-martial artists or the Mount Wangu grotto heaven? Zhang Tao did not dare to gamble on any of this. However, he did not dare to gamble. Instead, he had made Zhao Xingwu's lifelong dream become an illusion. He, the leader of the sect world, had become a disgrace to the sect world. In the era when he was the leader, martial arts universities were rising, and the sects were declining. Some of the old fogies had already lost all hope. Even their own sect members were questioning what the sect leader was doing. He was not doing anything. He was being complacent, allowing the sect to decline more and more. Zhao Xingwu, are you willing? Zhao Xingwu, how can you face your master? Zhao Xingwu, time and time again, other than giving, what have you gained? Originally, You could have continued to suppress your realm and entered Mount Wangwu. Perhaps you could have walked 3,000 meters, 5,000 meters, or even 10,000 meters. Is it worth it to save some people who abandoned you and your sect? Zhao Xingwu, you're an idiot, a fool. The cries of blood kept ringing in his mind. In reality, Zhao Xingwu slashed out with his saber and broke the spiritual spear. At this moment, his eyes were a little blank. Gu Qing breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. But in the next moment, Zhao Xingwu's eyes flashed sharply. What do you mean it's worth it? I, Zhao Xingwu, am a human, a Cathayan. My country is the world, and my sex comes second. Everything is worth it. In my heart, the reason why a sect is strong is not to show off its might, but to protect this pure land. You don't understand me at all. I don't need you to understand. Zhao Xingwu roared furiously in his heart, and the various illusions in his mind disappeared. Zhang Tao, I don't blame you, but I don't like you. You can go your way, and I'll go mine. Before I can prove that I'm wrong, I'll never accept you. A cry rose from the bottom of his heart. Zhang Tao said that the sects were a malignant tumor, but he refused to accept it. The martial artists of the sects were also humans. The modern sects were the modern sects, and the bounded domain was the bounded domain. Zhang Tao equated the two, but he refused to accept it. Sooner or later, he would prove everything. He would prove that Zhang Tao had let down the sects. He would let down those martial artists who had fought for humanity their entire lives. He wanted to make that arrogant and black-bellied king Wu personally apologize to him in front of all humanity, apologize to the sects, and apologize to those martial artists who had died in the catacombs. This day will definitely come. With a roar, Zhao Xingwu's aura suddenly increased by 30%, terrifyingly powerful. Firm conviction. No one was more determined than him. King Wu was wrong. Who dared to say that King Wu was wrong? Who dared to deny King Wu's achievements? Who dared to say that King Wu's decision to suppress the sects was wrong? He dared. No matter how great King Wu's achievements were, he had let down the sects. With the least resources and the least talent, the sects were still fighting for humanity. They were all forces that could resist a powerful enemy. So why did they have to treat them differently? This was injustice. He refused to accept it. With a roar, Gu Qing's expression changed. No, you're crazy. They'll all die. Gu Qing roared and fled frantically. As Zhao Xingwu's aura grew stronger, the chaos source in the sky above the king battlefield began to riot. In that moment, Zhao Xingwu actually had a breakthrough in his spiritual illusion. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Fan Ping was also dumbfounded. Fan Ping was also dumbfounded. He had suddenly become stronger. This was troublesome. With this, he might not be able to conceal Zhao Xingwu's aura. Die. With a roar, Zhao Xingwu slashed. This slash seemed to sever the sky, sever space, and sever the path of life, pressing forward with indomitable will, walking forward with determination, walking until the day his dreams came true, making King Wu apologize, saying that he was wrong, and this required time and strength. If King Wu refused to accept it, then he would beat him until he accepted it. He would tell him that the key was still strength. King Wu could be unfair because he was strong. Making him apologize was because he was also stronger than him. No. Gu Qing's face was full of despair. He refused to accept it. From ancient times until today, his hopes had been shattered again and again. His path of dual true gods had been shattered. He might even lose his life. Zhao Xingwu, you can't kill me. At this moment, a path appeared in front of Gu Qing. The path was close to 1,000 meters long. The next moment, at the end of the path, light bloomed. At the same time, thunder rumbled from all directions. He broke through to true God without shielding it. At this moment, the chaos path erupted instantly. Bang! The path exploded. Gu Qing ignored it and went straight for Zhao Xingwu. If I die, don't think you'll have it easy too. A true god. He could have become a true god a long time ago, but he never did so, all for a bigger goal. Today he was forced to the point of suicide by a group of ants. I can't accept it. Gu Qing's eyes were bloodshot. He could not accept it. Zhao Xingwu ignored him and let him rush over. At this moment, the slash just now split heaven and earth, and a dazzling brilliance rose. Bang! The sound of an explosion rang. Gu Qing was blown into powder directly. But at this moment, the chaos source in the sky exploded and went straight for Zhao Xingwu. Zhao Xingwu's expression changed slightly. He ignored it, turned around, and slashed, directly killing a few rank 9s 1,000 meters away on the spot. Then Zhao Xingwu broke through the air, grabbed dozens of heavily injured people with his sky-high hands, and shouted, "I'm leaving, you guys be careful!" After saying that, Zhao Xingwu fled frantically. Behind him there was a rumble and a big black hole appeared. The chaos source was chasing after him. Rumble. Black cracks appeared one after another, and Zhao Xingwu fled frantically. Seeing that, Fan Ping was a little worried, but there was nothing he could do. He also did not know how Zhao Xingwu was agitated just now, and he actually broke through the true peak barrier and advanced to the peak. In the outside world, he was only happy to advance, but here it was really dangerous. He hoped that Zhao Xingwu could escape. Fan Ping looked at Gu Qing again. At this moment, Gu Qing had already been slashed by Zhao Xingwu until not even his bones were left. In the air, a crystal appeared. Fan Ping was a little surprised. He reached out and grabbed it, holding it in his hand. He did not find what it was, and did not look into it. Gu Qing was dead. The 7th on the Fengyan list, the leader of Grandmaster, was dead. Fan Ping wanted to laugh, indescribably happy. The next moment he turned around and shouted, "Gu Qing is dead. Kill, kill everyone. Kill." Everyone roared. Their morale soared. The leader of Grandmaster was dead. Kill all these bastards. Chapter 962. Outside the King battlefield. Kacha! A crisp sound. Number 7 on the wind cloud list. Gu Qing. At this moment, the name disappeared and dimmed. In the void, there was a thunderous roar. Qing. A murmur spread out. An ancient emperor's figure appeared, as if he was thousands of miles away and right in front of them. Qing. The old man didn't wear a crown and wore ordinary clothes. At this moment, he had a sad expression. The most outstanding disciple of the 3rd generation was dead. Ping Yu Tian, the most outstanding person of Gu Qing's generation, was dead. This arrogant genius could have become a true god long ago, but he didn't want to because he wanted to walk 3,000 meters, 5,000 meters in a day. But now, everything had gone up in smoke. What a pity! Taoist Fingyun's figure appeared again. He sighed in pity. Even he knew a lot about the prodigy, Gu Qing. Dead. This was also the strongest person who had died among the top 10 of the wind cloud list. He was also the first martial artist to die among the top 10 of the wind cloud list. As for Luo Yu, who was ranked 8th, he wasn't dead. Luo Yu's name was dim, but still lit up. He wasn't dead, but he was heavily injured. Luo Yu wasn't the only one who was heavily injured. The top 10 of the wind cloud list were more or less injured. Li Changxing's name was also dim, but at this moment, everyone couldn't care about Gu Qing or anyone else. At this moment, a dazzling name appeared. 2nd on the wind cloud list, Zhao Xingwu. Zhao Xingwu's name was dazzling. True God Realm. Zhao Xingwu stepped into True God Realm. Gu Qing just died. True God Zhao Xingwu. In the void, someone laughed coldly. Wouldn't it be clear if they contacted him? Who could kill an expert like Gu Qing? Although Gu Qing wasn't a true god, he just didn't want to, not couldn't. Now he was killed. There was no need to guess. Zhao Xingwu did it. In the void, the ancient emperor's figure solidified and he murmured, "Zhao Xingwu? He killed my grand disciple. Do you know the consequences?" In the next moment, Heavenly Emperor Ping Yu looked towards the passage door. At this moment, a powerful aura was approaching. One could even faintly see an expert charging out from the passage. Everyone looked in that direction. This was the first living person to come out. Many people laughed and chatted in low voices. Zhao Xingwu had killed Heavenly Emperor Ping, Yu's grand disciple, the most outstanding one. They were in big trouble now. Heavenly Emperor Pingyu, the master of Pingyu Heaven, one of the 4 Brahma heavens. Long Huan, Yulong, Chongrong, and Pingyu were the 4 celestial emperors of the 4 Brahma heavens. Pingyu was extremely ancient and was not any weaker than Long Huan, the 4 Brahma heavens, and the 10 great grotto heavens. These 14 families were the true powers that had been passed down from the ancient times. Zhao Xingwu had killed Guqing. This matter would not be easy to resolve. Just as everyone was chatting and laughing, a figure escaped out of the passageway in a rather disheveled manner. He fell to the ground with a thud, and more than half of his golden body had exploded. Zhao Xingwu had come out. Heavenly Arch Pingyu looked at Zhao Xingwu and said coolly, "You killed Guqing?" Zhao Xingwu raised his head, his golden body recovering. Standing up, he looked at Heavenly Emperor Pingyu and said coolly, "I killed him." "You know Guqing's identity? You are Pingyu." "Not bad. I understand." Zhao Xingwu did not say much. At this time he looked at the Li Zhu on the high peak and slowly said, "I'm the left commander. Can the imperial court stand up for me?" Li Zhu coughed lightly, his complexion pale, as he said, "This Li is powerless." "King Maple, King Hua, what about you guys?" King Maple said coolly, "Although you, Zhao Xingwu, are the left commander, you have no contributions to the imperial court. Those who have no contributions." "Understood." Done talking. Zhao Xingwu cleaved the heavens with a saber. Heavenly Emperor Pingyu sighed lightly, reaching his hand out and grabbing. He directly crushed the long saber and said with a sigh, "Although life and death in the graveyard of gods is up to fate, you have no backer and no powerhouse backing you up. Killing my Pingyu Heaven's powerhouse, then die." Right at this time, a pointer tore through the air, directly lashing the giant hand until it exploded. In the distance, Zhang Tao was indifferent as he said calmly, "Zhao Xingwu has performed meritorious deeds for humanity. Although he betrayed and fled to the catacombs, if I, Zhang, don't kill him, who has the qualifications to kill him? Pingyu, are you courting death?" Heavenly Emperor Pingyu laughed lightly. With his hands behind his back, he said slowly, "You've already offended all sides and have countless powerful enemies. Zhang Tao, are you still going to become enemies with this emperor for this person?" "So what?" A sonorous sound transmitted out. Zhang Tao stood up, looked straight at Heavenly Emperor Pingyu, and said indifferently, "This Zhang is enemies with heaven and earth, enemies with all sides, and I don't care. I only care about everything that I care about. Pingyu, could it be that you think that I'm injured and can't kill you? Or do you think that you, an ancient venerable emperor, are harder to kill than Grand Peace?" Heavenly Emperor Pingyu gave him a glance and said with a light smile, "Zhang Tao, if the heavens want people to die, they must first make them mad. You're treacherous and heinous, going against the heavens, killing Grand Peace, viewing the heavens beyond heaven as slaves. This emperor very much wants to see when you fall. You won't see it, because before this Zhang dies, I won't let you have this chance to see it." Zhang Tao's answer was also very straightforward. Following that, he laughed coldly, looked around, and said coldly, "Very good. You all joined hands to kill us humans. Now, you were killed by us humans instead, beating up the young, and then the old came. Each and every one of you put on an act, thinking that you're noble and virtuous, but in reality, you're worse than dog sh*T. I, Zhang, don't dare to say that I'm very powerful in this lifetime, but I, Zhang, absolutely won't do such a shameless thing. Even if I did it, I, Zhang Tao, dare to admit it. The two of you are fishing for compliments. What a joke. Let's see how we go. If you want to cause trouble, I, Zhang Tao, won't be afraid." As his voice fell, the names on the stone tablet disappeared one by one. Zhang Tao immediately laughed out loud and said, "Well done. They must have been killed by our human warriors. I, Zhang Tao, dare to do and dare to admit to what I have done. Since I have killed them, I have killed them. If you want to find trouble, then take my life first." Zhang Tao was unbridled and incomparably domineering. At this moment, he even looked at Heavenly Emperor Pingyu and sneered repeatedly, "If you dare to attack, I will kill you." Seeing this, Heavenly Emperor Pingyu shook his head lightly and chuckled. He did not say anything else and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The void trembled slightly, and he entered the void again. Down below, Zhao Xingwu didn't say anything. He looked at Li Zhu and the others, smiled, and said, "I'm badly injured. I'll go back and heal myself first." After saying this, Zhao Xingwu disappeared in the blink of an eye. He did not look at Zhang Tao, nor did he care about Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao also did not look at him. After Zhao Xingwu left, everyone looked at the stone tablet. One by one, the names began to extinguish. One by one, the powerhouses died. In Outland, the figures of some venerable emperors appeared, one after another. Very soon, they disappeared again. Many people looked at Zhang Tao. This time, humans were in big trouble. In an instant, almost all of the experts from the 14 realm upon skies and the 3 realms had perished. Only a few people were still alive. More than 200 people who went in with Gu Qing were almost all dead. Only 3 to 5 people were still alive. This force was completely annihilated. Some people sighed in their hearts. It seemed like a battle was inevitable today. Zhang Tao was playing with fire. This time he actually killed so many powerhouses. That guy was also terrifyingly cruel. Everyone was not stupid. They also guessed who did it. After Zhao Xingwu killed Gu Qing, the ones who attacked later were 100% Fang Ping, and the others. Among the 4 forces, one side was annihilated. Now, only the catacombs, humans, and overseas immortal islands were left. As for the situation on Second King's side, everyone was not too sure at this moment. Zhang Tao did not speak either. He just stood on the peak and looked at the stone tablet. Good job. The human powerhouses who were dying earlier were no longer dying now. As for the realm beyond heavens and the land of domains, they were almost completely wiped out. This was success. After this battle, once those true gods and emperors were taken away, the strength of Outland and the territories would be greatly damaged. They would no longer have the power to threaten humans. Now it was up to the catacombs. On the catacomb side, there were still more than 350 people. If these people were to stay this time, close to 800 rank 9s would die here. The catacombs might also suffer a great loss of vitality. Who knew how long it would take for them to recover? When that time came, the gap between humans and the other forces would be narrowed. Zhang Tao looked at the overseas immortal islands again and fell into deep thought. Judging from the speed and time of death, humans seem to have joined forces with the overseas immortal islands. How did Fang Ping do it? Or was it forced by the situation? No matter what, this was considered a good thing. The Forbidden Sea did not have much conflict with humans for now. The overseas immortal islands in the Forbidden Sea did not have a passage on Earth. In addition, the other party was hiding in the Forbidden Sea. It was difficult to find their base camp. Zhang Tao actually did not want to fall out with the overseas immortals at this time. 33 overseas immortal islands. 33 emperor-level powerhouses. This was a force that was comparable to the combined forces of Grandmaster and the Borderlands. Now, most of these overseas venerable emperors were lying dormant. The old man from Nameless Mountain, who appeared last time, did not appear this time either. Zhang Tao did not know what the overseas immortal islands' attitude was. However, a short cooperation was enough. Just as he was thinking about this, the passage surged again. A group of defeated soldiers walked out. You pull me, I support you. Some people only have a head left. Some people only have spirit bodies left. Seeing this scene, Zhang Tao's eyes suddenly reddened. He, King Wu, had never been weak. However, seeing this scene, he could not help but be weak. There were already very, very few human powerhouses left. This time, almost half of them had died. Now, these remaining people were all crippled. Crippled. Although they had killed many enemies. Seeing their tragic state with his own eyes, Zhang Tao could imagine what kind of battle they had gone through. In front of the crowd, Wu Chuan's face was dark. He was chased out. When he went in, he was full of lofty aspirations. Now he would not come out until he reached the peak. The key was that he could not advance in there. Zhao Xingwu almost died when he advanced. He was much weaker than Zhao Xingwu. Could he advance? Now that he had come out, Wu Chuan looked at Zhang Tao with an embarrassed expression, speechless for a long time. Zhang Tao also looked at him and smiled. Give me some imperishable matter. Wu Chuan was even more embarrassed. Give me some imperishable matter. I'll kill my way back. Not only him. At this moment, in the crowd, Li Changxing and the others also said weakly, Give me some imperishable matter. We'll kill our way in. F***CK. The catacombs, the outer heaven, the bounded domain, and the divine court army under the two kings have joined forces to kill me. This time, I won't rest until I kill them all. As soon as this was said, many people were moved. Even if they had already guessed it, when they heard it with their own ears, that all parties had joined forces to kill their people, they were still shocked. The key was that this time the human casualties were not as heavy as the other forces. How did these guys turn the tables? Zhang Tao did not say much. With a wave of his hand, dozens of people fell into his hands. This time, among the human powerhouses who entered, there were 50 powerhouses from Sino Nation, 30 powerhouses from other countries, and about 60 people from the 6 sacred lands. Close to 150 people. At this moment, there were only about 30 people who had evacuated. Other than them, there were still more than 30 people inside. About 70. These were the remaining human powerhouses this time. If these people were all crippled, then there would only be more than 30 people who survived this time, and this was not the end. Before Zhang Tao could speak, Wu Chuan said, Where are Chen Yaoting and the others? I didn't see them. They were taken away by Ling Xiao. Wu Chuan said in a low voice. Fang Ping used the god-slaying saber in exchange for Mount Wanguo and rescued a few rank 8 martial artists. He did not say much, nor did he add fuel to the fire. However, as soon as this was said, the powerhouses from all sides moved slightly. God-slaying saber. Fang Ping actually had the god-slaying saber, and Song Mao gave it to him? The key was that the god-slaying saber was now in Ling Xiao's hands, and Ling Xiao had not come out yet. At this moment, Venerable Green Lotus suddenly appeared, looking at Wu Chuan, asking in a low voice, The god-slaying saber is in little Xiao's hands. Wu Chuan said nothing. A fiery light flashed in Venerable Green Lotus's eyes, saying indifferently, Paying the price to save people is a matter of course. Do the martial artists in the human world not understand this point now? Moreover, treasures like divine weapons without strength, holding them in their hands will cause trouble sooner or later. What she said was the truth. However, at this time Zhang Tao laughed and said, Treasures belong to the virtuous. I understand this. You guys saved some people, so giving up the god-slaying saber is nothing. At most, I will ask Old Cat for 1 or 2 more. But they haven't come out yet. I have something to say first. If they are fine, it's easy. Something happened to them. Fang Ping used the divine weapon in exchange for the lives of a few rank 8s. Since you guys have promised, then do it. Otherwise, Zhang Tao won't care how strong Mount Wanguo is. We just wait and see. Zhang Tao let out a cold humph. The people from Mount Wanguo actually did not send them out. If they had sent them out, although the people from Mount Wanguo were hitting them when they were down, it would be fine if they saved them and took away the divine weapon. The key was that something happened to them, and the divine weapon was taken too. Zhang Tao would let these people understand the consequences of taking money without doing anything. So what if it was Mount Wangwu? So what if it was the first grotto heaven? So what if he was the first venerable emperor? Could he be stronger than the extreme Tao heavenly emperor in the past? If he was really that strong, would heavenly King Zhen dare to block his way? What a joke! The one from Mount Wangwu might be very strong, but Zhang Tao knew that he was not invincible. Now, whether Mount Wangwu was a friend or a foe depended on whether Qin Yaoting and the others were alive. If they were alive, some things could be discussed. If they were dead, then there was no need to talk anymore. Outside the king's battleground, Zhang Tao was as calm as ever. Inside the king's battleground, the scene was extremely quiet. Once Gu Qing died, Fang Ping and the others joined forces and quickly killed those grandmasters. At this moment, there was still someone alive in the field. Yang Jingjing. This rank 7 martial artist did not manage to escape this time, but he did not die either. In the crowd, Jiang Yuanhua's expression was complicated. He looked at Fang Ping, then looked at Yang Jingjing, speechless for a while. Su Haoran and the others also had complicated expressions. Star Town 13 families. They had watched Yang Jingjing grow up. At this moment, although Jiang Yuanhua wanted to say something but hesitated, he still said, "Our 6 families' ancestors have lost their memories, but our relationship is not bad. I watched Jingjing grow up. Fang Ping, she did not attack this time, and she did not hurt anyone," Su Haoran also said softly. "Fang Ping, bring her back this time. We will let her stay in Star Town." Fang Ping did not say anything. He bent down and collected the fallen divine weapons, divine armors, and various storage rings. Yang Jingjing did not say anything either. She did not attack. She did not have the chance to attack either. She was only a rank 7 martial artist. In this kind of situation, she did not have the ability to do so, so she did not die. Star Town's powerhouses deliberately avoided her. Fang Ping collected a lot of things. Only then did he raise his head to look at Yang Jingjing, chuckling. "Why did you come to the king's battleground this time? To collect my brother's corpse?" Yang Qing? Yang Jingjing said nothing. Fang Ping said again he died here. "I did not kill him. It was Ji Yao's subordinates who killed him. I have no reason to lie about this." Yang Jingjing said nothing. Here at Void Mausoleum Grotto Heaven, they joined forces with others to deal with the humans. "Do you know about this?" Silence. "Did you instigate them?" Silence. "If you're not saying anything, then I did." Fang Ping stood up, looked at her, and said slowly, "I'll give you one chance. Tell me, did you or did you not?" Jiang Yuanhua and the others looked conflicted. 13 families. Was one family really going to be annihilated? Su Haoran sighed. "Jingjing, tell me, did you or did you not?" This time, Star Town had suffered heavy losses. So many powerhouses had come, and many had died in battle. Fang Ping was very familiar with the Wei family's patriarch, Wei Yong. He had died in battle here this time. The patriarch of the Zheng family, the patriarch of the Jiang family, many powerhouses had died in battle. If Yang Jingjing was just a subordinate, they could imprison her for life on account of their 300 years of friendship. However, if she had instigated them to attack humans, they did not know what to say. Yang Jingjing looked at Fang Ping, her big eyes calm. "I did not instigate them to attack humans, but I asked them to kill you. You are the biggest threat and also my enemy. I don't know about other things, but my second grandfather was killed by Li Changxing. Everyone saw it. Sigh." Fang Ping sighed and said with some amusement, "To be honest, between me and the Yang family, it was all a misunderstanding. A massacre caused by a misunderstanding. As for the rest of the Yang family, I have never thought of continuing to kill them, to eliminate them completely. I also did not think that you would be a threat to me. But you actually got together with the Void Mausoleum Grotto Heaven. Do you know that your family's elder ancestor was killed by the void mausoleum grotto heaven's master? I know. Yang Jingjing was still calm. You know, isn't that revenge? Why didn't you kill him? Instead, you came looking for me? Is it because I, Fong Ping, am too kind, or do you think that I, Fong Ping, am weak, so you came looking for me for revenge? Is this the meaning of kind people get bullied? Fong Ping said self-deprecatingly, Interesting. Really interesting. Your grandfather was killed by Prince Song's subordinates. I was the one who brought his body back. After that, Prince Song died at the hands of Song Mao. I was considered to have avenged your Yang family. As for your second grandfather and your cousin, they wanted to kill me, but were killed by teacher and me instead. This became a sin instead. You did not dare to seek revenge on the void mausoleum grotto heaven's master. Instead, you wholeheartedly wanted to kill me for revenge. What kind of logic is that? I have thought about it. Perhaps I was too easy to talk to in the human world. Maybe I gave the Jiang family face last time in Startown City and did not deal with you. That's why you have such thoughts. Fong Ping sighed. I have too many enemies. But most of them are catacombs martial artists. To be honest, most of the catacombs martial artists are afraid of me. Among those of the same rank or weaker than me, there are not many who want to kill me. They don't have the guts either, because they are afraid of me. They know my character. You are not afraid of me. That's why you dared to instigate people to kill me. Having said that, Fong Ping pressed his hands together, not giving the people in Star Town a chance to speak. He looked at Yang Jingjing again and smiled. It's your honor that you let me say so much. King outside, sage inside. Since you have entered the void mausoleum grotto heaven, you are no longer an insider. I'm sorry. As soon as he finished speaking, Fong Ping's mentality erupted, shattering all of her mentality. Bang! The corpse fell to the ground. Everyone was silent. Fong Ping looked at the people in Startown City and said slowly, The matter with the Yang family ends here. From now on, the void mausoleum grotto heaven is a great enemy. As the master of the grotto heaven, I will spare his life once and repay the Yang family for protecting humans for 300 years. As for the others, if they encounter them, they will be killed without mercy. Luofu Mountain, Huatong Mountain, it's the same. Everyone, I don't care where you come from or where you come from. Right now, you are humans, which means you are martial artists of the human world. If you enter other grotto heavens, you will be dealt with according to this rule. Having said that, Fong Ping leaped into the air and roared, Go! This time, I will make everyone pay with their blood. Now only the catacombs are left. Everyone collected themselves and followed him. Their feelings were a little complicated. They really did not recognize the Fong Ping of today. Chapter 963. In the King's Battlefield. High up in the sky. At this moment, there were not many people who still had the energy to follow Fong Ping to kill the enemy. The human side only had around 30 people. Moreover, some of them were not Chinese martial artists, but martial artists from other sacred grounds and countries. However, at this moment, everyone followed Fong Ping. No one said anything wrong. There were more than 20 people on the overseas Immortal Island side. There were less than 20 people left in the few grotto heavens and sky beyond heaven of Weiyu Mountain. There were about 70 people in total. These were the people on Fong Ping's side who could still fight at the moment. Before entering, there were more than 500 experts on both sides. Now, nearly 90% of them had been reduced. In the crowd, Yu Wuhua transmitted his voice. What about Di Hao and the others in the back? Di Hao and the others were right behind them. 5 experts, 2 blood armors, 2 golden armors, and Di Hao. However, he kept a distance from Fong Ping and the others. Obviously, the other party did not trust Fong Ping and the others. Fong Ping did not reply. At this moment, he was looking at his data. Wealth, 200 million points vitality, 175,400 calories, 185,300 calories. Spirit, 9,299 hertz, 10,000 hertz. Separable consciousness, power of destruction. 78 yuan, 78 yuan. Storage space, 10,000 cubic meters plus. Energy barrier, 1 point/minute plus. Aura simulation, 10 per minute plus. Origin detailed analysis, 10-100 million points/time. There's still danger. Fong Ping looked around. He picked up many storage rings and divine weapons. However, there was no increase in his wealth. Did the danger come from Dihao? The system's estimation of danger was based on the current moment. If there was no danger now, Fong Ping's wealth should increase. That's not right. Maybe it wasn't allocated. Fong Ping understood. At the thought of this, he said quickly, "Everyone, I have an urgent need for the spoils of war that we've just collected. I won't be sharing them with you. They're all mine." The Chi Wuji with the broken horn said, "Up to you." "Fong Ping, if you can save my life this time and help me kill the enemy, what's a little loot worth?" Then Li Wuji said angrily, "I have roamed the bitter sea for hundreds of years." He had never suffered such a huge loss before. "No, I also suffered a loss last time." As he spoke, he looked at Fong Ping with his bull eyes, cursing in his heart. Both times he had suffered a great loss. Fortunately, he had gone against Fong Ping last time, not this time. Otherwise, with Fong Ping's sudden reversal, it might be in big trouble again. Who would have thought that Fong Ping would be able to turn the tables in that situation? The catacombs, the realm beyond heavens, the land of boundaries, the divine court army, many powerhouses were almost turned upside down by Fong Ping. Fong Ping ignored it and continued to look at the others. Soon, everyone nodded in agreement. At this point, they actually didn't care about the spoils of war. If things went badly this time, none of them would be able to leave. When they had all agreed, Fong Ping's gaze flickered. His wealth had increased. Did this mean that he was not in danger now? It seemed like there was no one hiding in the dark. Fong Ping breathed a sigh of relief. Now, looking at his wealth, Fong Ping finally felt a little more confident. Actually, it was fine for him. 200 million points were enough for him. Most importantly, everyone present was heavily injured and needed to recover their combat strength. Wealth, too. 7 billion points. His wealth had increased by 5 billion points in an instant. This meant that the value of the spoils Fong Ping had just obtained was as high as 25 trillion. Although it was high, it was just average. He had just killed too many rank 9s. They were all representatives from various places. Just the storage rings alone. Fong Ping had obtained about 20 of them. More than 20 trillion worth of resources was not much even if they were evenly distributed. Fong Ping glanced at the data, then at the people around him. Kong Lingyuan, Li Daong, Fong Yu, Jiang Yuanhua, the remaining Sino nation powerhouses were not weak. However, many of the top-notch powerhouses had already withdrawn. Wu Chuan, Wu Quishan, Tianmu, Li Chongsheng, the withdrawal of these top-notch powerhouses had greatly reduced the combat strength of Fong Ping's side. Other than Sino nation's side, there was still a powerhouse ranked top 30 on the Feng Shui ranking on Pantheon Paradise's side. Su Yunfei from Polaris was also there. Wang Hanyue had left with the injured. Fong Ping knew what she was thinking. Wang Hanyue could still fight, but Wang Ruobing was not by her side. She probably had no intention of fighting anymore. Fong Ping did not say anything. Dragon Change Sky had contributed a lot previously. More than 10 powerhouses had died in battle. At this point, he did not care if Wang Hanyue wanted to leave. Other than that, Jiang Kuei, Yuxuzi, Su Bing, and a few others were still there. Hong Ji was heavily injured and had withdrawn from the sacred battleground. Many of the other grandmasters had died. There were not many survivors. Xuande Grotto Heavens, Xian Hua, had almost died. This time, the people brought by Xuande Grotto Heaven had also suffered heavy casualties. Xian Hua had given up on fighting for treasures and had already left the place. There were still many powerhouses on Fang Ping's side. Although there were not many of them, only 70 or so, there were close to 40 powerhouses on the feng shui ranking. If they were not heavily injured, these people would also be a powerful force. Fang Ping watched for a while, then sent a voice transmission to the Sino Nation powerhouses. I'll give you some imperishable substance later. You guys heal your injuries, secretly. When you encounter the catacombs martial artists, continue to pretend to be injured. Keep an eye on Di Hao and the rest. I want to take them down while they control the sacred battleground. The few who heard the voice transmission did not move a muscle. Actually, everyone was still a little surprised. Everyone understood that Fang Ping should have almost used up his imperishable substance. Otherwise, he would have helped so many people earlier when they were injured. Right now, Fang Ping obviously still had some left. Secretly healing his injuries and suddenly exploding. This was probably unexpected to the others. Beside him, Chun Seven was somewhat familiar with the strategy. Back then, outside Xuanda Grotto Heaven, Fang Ping did this. Chu Niaozu and the rest took the opportunity to trick Maple Jiuqing's group. Fang Ping sent a few voice transmissions, then quickly said, "Especially Di Hao, he has something in his arms. It seems to be able to control the changes in the sacred battleground. Later, me, Old Kong, and Senior Su will work together. I'll be in charge of controlling him. Old Kong will be in charge of intercepting him. Senior Su will attack him. No matter what, we must seize the treasure in his arms. With this thing, we can take the initiative. There are more than 300 powerhouses in the catacombs now. If we can't take advantage of the terrain, we can only return home to avoid losing our lives." The few of them did not send voice transmissions. They all nodded indiscernibly. Now, if they could not take down the catacombs powerhouses, they could only return home. However, at this point, no one was willing to give up. After discussing the strategy, everyone continued to look for the catacombs martial artists. At the same time, a few hundred li away from them, Qi Huanyu's group had finally met up with the reinforcements. Qi Huanyu breathed a sigh of relief when he saw them. The others in the team also breathed a sigh of relief. At this point in the battle, with the number of casualties reaching the extreme, they still did not break down. That meant they had strong willpower. Temple Master. On the side of the reinforcements, some people from the Destiny Royal Court were surprised and shocked. In their eyes, Qi Huanyu was the symbol of invincibility. However, at this moment he was in such a sorry state. His long hair was cut off, and he did not seem to have recovered. The armor on his body was also tattered and full of saber marks. It was obvious that he had gone through a tough battle. The key was that so many people had entered, but now there were only so few left. The reinforcements were even more shocked that 500 to 600 powerhouses had suffered such heavy casualties. Qi Huanyu ignored them. After meeting up with these people, he breathed a sigh of relief and said quickly, "I need some time to recover from my injuries." However, Fang Ping and the God Court army are probably still hunting us down. Remember, when we meet them later, kill Di Hao first. Many people were surprised when they heard that. The reinforcements did not understand. One of the Sky Plant's Royal Court's Temple Masters who had retreated with him frowned and said, "Temple Master Qi, killing Fang Ping first is the right thing to do. Every accident was caused by Fang Ping." Qi Huanyu frowned and said, "Di Hao has a treasure that can control the changes in this place. Di Hao and the others were the ones who moved us away earlier. We have the absolute advantage now. However, if we are split up, we might continue to suffer a crushing defeat. Once Di Hao is dead and we get the treasure, we'll have the upper hand." Everyone understood when they heard that. At this moment, Qi Huanyu thought for a while and said, "Be careful. Di Hao and the others might have a backup plan. I heard that the other territory gates have been closed, but the God General Territory hasn't. Clearly, they did it on purpose. If they dared to let us in, they might have a backup plan. Otherwise, the God Court army wouldn't have cooperated with us. The God Court army might really be mostly dead, but Chi Huanyu said in a low voice, their true kings might not be all dead. Di Hao might have fallen, but the others might not. Be careful. True kings might not be very powerful here, but they're a huge threat. Once they unleash their origin, it will agitate the chaos origin and attack the true kings. If they run into the crowd, it'll be too dangerous. Will the true kings perish together with us? Someone was surprised. Was it necessary? Even if there were true kings under the second king's command, they would only make a move after the true king's battleground was destroyed. Their opponents would also be the true king powerhouses from the outside world. Was it worth it to perish together with a group of martial artists below the true king rank? Chi Huanyu said in a low voice, we have to be careful. If the powerhouses under the second king's command are at the end of their lives, they might do it. I've been analyzing the strength of the subordinates under the second king. It's very likely that this will happen. Understood. Everyone responded. Chi Huanyu said no more and began to heal his injuries under the protection of the others. No one was in a hurry, nor did they rush him. They were also anxious that Chi Huanyu's combat strength could not be restored to its peak. Di Hao, Fang Ping, Kong Lingyuan, many powerhouses needed Chi Huanyu to deal with. If Chi Huanyu had not been injured by Fang Ping this time, causing him to be unable to unleash his combat strength, Divine Land would not have suffered such heavy losses and had so many people killed. The True King's battleground was currently peaceful. Outside the True King's battleground, it was like the eve of a storm. Zhang Tao waited very quietly, but he would glance at the passageway from time to time. The rank 8 martial artists had not come out yet. He did not know what the people from Mount Wangwu were doing. However, they were not dead yet. Those names were still there on the stone tablet. In the crowd, Wang Hanyue looked anxious. At this moment, Zhang Tao looked at the void on the side. In the blink of an eye, the void shattered. Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformations, Snow White hair stepped out. He looked at Wang Hanyue and said slowly, "Where's Ruobing?" Still in the graveyard of gods, taken away by the people from Mount Wangwu. Trash! Dragon Transformation was a little annoyed and cursed. Then, without another word, he punched the void. Crack! The void shattered. Venerable Emperor Green Lotus appeared on the spot. Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation did not say any more either, continuing to attack. A long sword in his hand directly slashed through heaven and earth, killing intent condensing. Venerable Emperor Green Lotus's expression changed again and again, retreating continuously, saying in a low voice, "Dragon Transformation, what do you want to do?" "Capture you. If anything happens to my daughter, I'll kill you and then charge up your Mount Wangwu. Don't think that this emperor is afraid of that old witch just because she's around. Don't think that just because this emperor didn't get involved in the matter 1,000 years ago, I don't know the inside story. Also, your North-South war back then. What the situation was, this emperor is also perfectly clear. Everyone just remembers past sentiments and isn't willing to shed all pretense of cordiality." As Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation attacked, he said in a cold voice, "Azure Lotus, you, a maidservant, also dare to call yourself an emperor. You even dare to touch my Dragon Transformation daughter. Surrender. Otherwise, this emperor won't be able to hold back and will directly kill you." Insolence! Venerable Emperor Green Lotus shouted angrily. Insolence! Your master can still say these words, but you are a little lacking. A dog relying on master's power. Before your master went crazy, he was still considered easy to talk to. I didn't expect that you, these maidservants, are even more arrogant than your master. When this emperor became an emperor, when your master came to congratulate, he also didn't say a word that was unpleasant to the ears. Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation's hair became increasingly snow white. His attacks became increasingly swift and fierce. The void was beaten into nothingness. One black crack after another crisscrossed. while Venerable Emperor Green Lotus fell back continuously, shouting angrily continuously. Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation did not care about these. Chopping off her black hair with a sword, he said once more, "Have your people come out. Otherwise, this emperor will kill you today." Bullying people too far. Venerable Emperor Green Lotus roared angrily and said coldly, "Ling Xiao saved your daughter. Forget it that you're not grateful. Now you even attacked this palace. This palace? Who do you think you are? Do you have the qualifications to be a loner in front of this emperor?" Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation was not the least bit courteous and said in a low voice, "This emperor is already clear about the matter. Taking Fang Ping's divine artifact, then the transaction is completed. Why hasn't my daughter appeared until now? Furthermore, her aura is weak. Azure Lotus, don't force me. Ruobing's injuries have just healed. Once her old injuries erupt again this time, this emperor won't have many days to live anyway. At that time, even if I can't exterminate your Wangu lineage, I'll also make you all suffer the consequences. Have them come out. I know you can do it. You're delusional. Ling Xiao, they still have missions. Hoo-hoo." Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation sneered coldly. "Still looking for corpses? Looking for what? Your master is crazy. You're crazy too? Those two fellows inside were just bluffing you guys back then. You guys even took it for real. Being deceived again and again, fools." Venerable Emperor Green Lotus's expression changed incessantly, saying coldly and fiercely, "Someone saw it before with their own eyes. He didn't die, he's still alive." Still alive? Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation slashed out with a sword once more, slashing until her right hand dripped blood, saying coldly, "Alive my ass! He died long ago when the heavenly realm was destroyed. What is his identity? If he didn't die, could he still wait until now and not take action? Back then, unquestionable sword came out and made use of your Wangu lineage. Now you guys still fell for it, foolish to the extreme." This ancient emperor seemed to know a lot of things. By the side, Zhang Tao watched the show and said with a chuckle, "Got involved with unquestionable sword again." Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation did not hide it this time either, and said with a cold snort, "Does unquestionable sword really have the capability to kill so many emperors? Isn't it still someone secretly assisting? Who did it? Azure Lotus is probably clearer than me. Unquestionable sword is also a shameless person. Is he really that person's reincarnation? Direct descendant? Follower? I think it's all just your wishful thinking." Emperor Azure Lotus did not say a word. Zhang Tao smiled again and said, "I seem to understand a little. The Lord of Mount Wangu was a woman. Her man died when the heavenly realm was destroyed. Afterward, someone borrowed this man's identity and seemed to have done quite a number of big things. Not wrong." Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation snickered, but Azure Lotus said angrily, "Dragon Transformation, you dare to talk nonsense." "This old man is talking nonsense." Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation snorted coldly and said, "What this old man said is all the truth. During the Earthly Emperor Divine Dynasty's battle, someone made use of your master. During the gods' graveyard battle, they still made use of her. 1,000 years ago, unquestionable sword appeared and made use of her once again. 3 times. 3 times, it's all wishful thinking. You'd rather fall for it and think that you're invincible under the heavens, that no one can do anything to you guys? Do you really think that now is the heavenly realm era? She's still. Enough." Azure Lotus erupted, striking out a stretch of nothingness with one strike. Blood dripped down from her hand as she shouted coldly, "You want to force Master to take action?" Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation's expression changed slightly. Following that, he said with a cold smile, "If my daughter still doesn't appear, so what if she makes a move? No need for her to take action. This old man will charge to Mount Wangu and tell her personally that that person has long died without a burial ground. You people don't dare to say Don't dare to let her recognize reality. I'll go and tell her. Also, unquestionable sword is the gigolo that she raised. This old man isn't afraid to say it out and let her wake up. Let her know that in this world, not everyone gives her face. Enough. Right at this time, a phantom appeared. Gong Yuzi's gaze was cold and fierce as he shouted in a low voice, "Dragon transformation. This old man respects you as a senior. It was fine before, but saying these now, don't you feel that it's too much?" Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation smiled faintly and said, "Is it too much? Did unquestionable sword go to Mount Wangu to sell himself 1,000 years ago? If not for so, where did he get the confidence to kill the various great emperors? Do you really think that this old man doesn't know?" The moment these words came out, Zhang Tao had a face full of gossip as he said with a smile, "There's such a thing? Dragon Transformation Emperor, is it true or false?" "It's true." Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation was just about to say more when Heavenly King Suppressing also appeared in the next second. Heavenly King Suppressing smiled faintly and said, "Groundless things, you're not young anymore, so don't talk nonsense." Unquestionable sword acknowledged Master's wife. "It's just a pity that it's not that one from Gong Yuzi's family." Gong Yuzi's expression was livid. Heavenly King Suppressing smiled again and said, "Speaking of which, go to Mount Wangu and roar a few words. Unquestionable sword's master is Gong Yuzi. Master's wife is her. Gong Yuzi has an affair with her. Ha ha! There's probably a good show to watch. That woman is a little crazy now. She might really charge out and fight it out with Gong Yuzi." Heavenly King. At this moment, Venerable Emperor Green Lotus looked furious and exploded. Green Lotus worships Heavenly King, but it doesn't mean that Heavenly King can be unbridled. Heavenly King Suppressing grinned and said, "Then cut the crap. This old man is also too lazy to talk about these gossips. Let your disciple out." "How dare you? Didn't this old man say previously to let your people take care of them? So taking care of them to the point that they want divine artifacts to buy their lives? How many divine artifacts does your Mount Wangu have? And now you're so arrogant that you don't even care about divine artifacts. Her man is dead. If he's dead, then he's dead. Do you want the whole world to be buried with him? The 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors are all dead who can't die." Heavenly King Suppressing laughed and said again, "Speaking of which, I and your Wangu bloodline are also considered family. There's no need to do this. Hurry up. Let someone send the others out. Then return the divine artifacts. And this matter will be over." Venerable Emperor Green Lotus's face was full of anger, and he said in a low voice, "The divine artifacts were given by Fong Ping, not Ling Xiao forcefully snatched. Why must Heavenly King do this?" "I'm doing it for your own good." Heavenly King Suppressing sighed and said, "Insensible. It's not a problem for you to save people, at least for the sake of your friendship. But you insisted on taking his divine artifacts, especially at that time. Isn't this looking for trouble? Do you really think some people are so open-minded? The divine artifacts are given to you. It doesn't matter now. In the future, if there's a little disagreement, then it'll be magnified tenfold. During the battle, you took away his divine artifacts before saving people. This is considered hitting a man when he's down, right? The key is that the people haven't been sent out yet. If you continue to struggle now, if he dies again, Mount Wangu bloodline." Heavenly King Suppressing shook his head and sighed. "This old man is really doing it for your own good. If not, this old man wouldn't have been helping you guard the gate for 1,000 years. I'm just afraid that some insensible people will continue to harass her." Venerable Emperor Green Lotus's expression changed again and again. After a while, he said, "All right, I'll let Ling Xiao out, but the divine artifact, since it's given to Mount Wangu, I'm afraid even Heavenly King isn't qualified to take it away." Heavenly King Suppressing said lightly, "Up to you. Just a broken divine artifact. It's only of slight help to Emperor rank. The help is average. Back then, that cat also picked up a large pile of broken divine artifacts from God knows where. You guys still have to think about whether or not to take this cat's things. Talking up to here, Heavenly King Suppressing said with a sigh, there will always be people who want to scheme against this cat, want to seize its divine artifacts, the consequences. You guys bear them yourselves. That battle in the heaven realm, leaving the cat alone alive, was it really an accident? A bunch of idiots will suffer the consequences of their own evil sooner or later. Heavenly King Suppressing sat up to hear and did not say any more. Looking at Dragon Transformation, he said, "Stop! Carry on fighting. You won't live for a few days. Moreover, she can't do it. Her master's strength isn't what you can compare to. It's just that she's crazy now. Otherwise, her strength would be 30% stronger." Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation did not make a sound either, retracting his hand. Following that, he looked at Heavenly King Suppressing and slowly said, "I kind of remember you." Remember or not, it's all the same. Heavenly King Suppressing said coolly, "There's no need to say anything more. The past is already the past, the vicissitudes of life. Who still cares about the matters back then?" Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation nodded slightly and said, "Since Heavenly King opened your mouth, then this old man will give Heavenly King the space." The subduing Heavenly King smiled without saying a word. At this time, in the void, a powerhouse's figure condensed again. Heavenly Emperor Pingyu, the ancient imperial venerable emperor, looked at the suppressing Heavenly King and slowly said, "Heavenly King, where is the unquestionable sword?" "Are you asking me? 1,000 years ago, you seem to have come into contact with the unquestionable sword. Why do you care who I interact with?" Heavenly King Jin said indifferently, "Pingyu, don't provoke me. Since your sect dared to attack the humans this time, sooner or later, someone will come and settle the score with you. Heavenly King, do you think I'm afraid?" "Maybe." Heavenly King subduing smiled and said, "Don't worry about me. I've lived for so long, what can I get over? I can't be compared to the young ones. My anger surges. I don't care who you are, I'll kill you sooner or later." After saying that, the Heavenly King Jin disappeared again. At this moment, many people looked at Zhang Tao. This must be the young man the Heavenly King Zhen Wang had mentioned. Zhang Tao smiled and said nothing. "Don't misunderstand, it wasn't me. I'm an old man. There's a young man, that's true youth. One by one, live a few more years. This Zhang will hold on for a few more years. See if I can wait until that day." Chapter 964. Young people were indeed hot-tempered. In the king's battlefield, Fang Ping's expression was dark. He looked at Di Hao and the rest behind him and said coldly, "You've led us around a few circles. Where are they?" Di Hao frowned and said, "Search." "Find." Fang Ping said coldly, "Everyone knows. You can locate us. If that's the case, what are you still looking for?" As Fang Ping said that, he said darkly, "Take out the positioning treasure and let me have a look. I want to see where they are hiding." "Hide." When Fang Ping said he was going to hide, many people were speechless. Have some self-awareness. Now that reinforcements had arrived in the catacombs, it was hard to say who would be hiding. Di Hao remained silent. Seeing this, Fang Ping said playfully, "Didn't you want to cooperate? Isn't your goal to kill more people? Now that I want to fight with the catacombs, you're making excuses. Di Hao, have you really betrayed the second king and joined forces with Qi Huanyu and the others?" "Humph." Di Hao snorted and quickly said, "This general is indeed looking. These people are moving. They are not stationary. Take it out and let me see." Di Hao remained silent. Fang Ping said in a low voice again, "Take it out? I won't rob you. In fact, it wasn't anything good. Humans also had this thing, but they didn't bring it with them this time. Hurry up and find them as soon as possible. You want to give Qi Huanyu more time to recover? Once he recovers, we won't be their match. At that time, we'll all be killed. Is that what you want?" "Di Hao, we are only cooperating for the sake of benefits. Don't force me to attack you now." After saying that, Fang Ping suddenly said, "Maybe we shouldn't look for the people from the catacombs. We haven't gone to the realm battlefield. Maybe someone is planning something, trying to buy time? They refuse to lead us to the catacombs. Forget it, everyone. Let's go to the entrance of the realm battlefield. Having said that, Fong Ping flew straight back. Di Hao's expression didn't change. Only after he had flown for a while did he say indifferently, the space battlefield has been sealed for thousands of years. It's impossible to enter now. Even if you go there now, you won't be able to enter. There was only one way to activate the dimensional battlefield, and that was to die. The more people die, the more experts die, and only then will it trigger the opening of the battlefield. Fong Ping stopped in his tracks and grinned. Is that so? How many deaths was too many? The Divine Court Army didn't seal off the 9th grade region. Are you waiting for people to come in and die? Let me tell you, there are only so many humans left. If they wanted to let people in, only the catacombs had that many people. I don't care what your motives are. The more people I kill, the more people the catacombs will send in. If we die, I'm afraid the catacombs won't send anyone in anymore. Di Hao, we're not stupid. If we die, the catacombs won't have any opponents, and there will be casualties. Everyone will know that it's your doing. When that time comes, I'm afraid you'll break into the king battleground at all costs and enter. Fong Ping sneered. What do you think everyone is waiting for? They're waiting for us. Once we lose, do you think they will continue to wait? Are you stalling for time because the second king still needs time? Having said that, Fong Ping looked at the sky and murmured, just now I felt that something was not quite right. The origin of chaos in the king battlefield seems to be a little restless. Could it be that the two kings are reviving some experts? As soon as he said that, Di Hao's expression changed slightly. Fong Ping ignored him and continued. Previously, the two kings didn't dare to revive powerhouses that are too strong, because if true god powerhouses are alive, they'll be easily sensed by the origin of chaos, or should I say, targeted. After we entered, when we were fighting, the origin of chaos might have noticed us. You guys facilitated the war, causing countless casualties on all sides. At that time, maybe the two kings weren't idle either. Di Hao, do I make sense? Di Hao said in a low voice, if you think so, then so be it. In that case, what I said isn't wrong. Fong Ping chuckled and said, there really are powerhouses. But it's not surprising. After all, the two kings aren't idiots. Now that there are so many powerhouses waiting outside, how can they not have some trump cards? When the two kings were in power, there were hundreds of true gods under their command. It's impossible that all of them died, right? There must be some who are still alive. Di Hao, do you think I'm right? Di Hao said nothing. Within 3 minutes, find Qi Huanyu and the rest and split them up. Otherwise, I'll bring people to the second king's palace right now. You brought us in circles and never went deeper. Did you really think that I didn't notice? If I go now and ruin your plan, don't blame me. Di Hao's expression changed slightly. After a while, he said slowly, okay. That's a good boy. Fong Ping laughed. It sounded like he was talking to himself, but in reality, everyone could hear him. Idiot. Playing this trick on me. What haven't I seen before? Forget it if you're too lazy to go. Leave the matter of the two kings to the powerhouses. I don't care how many powerhouses you guys have revived. It's better if you really want to kill a true king in the catacombs. Fong Ping was disdainful. Do you really think we're stupid? The origin of chaos was a little restless. Then he contacted Di how to bring them in a detour. He could guess casually that the two kings had a plan. After saying that, Fong Ping laughed and said, these villains all like to do this, reviving their powerhouses at the last moment. Then they'll be destroyed by heroes and fail on the verge of success. What a pity. But since you've met me, I don't mind if you guys revive. Di Hao, tell the two kings that maybe we can still work together. Although we humans aren't as strong as other forces, we have a basis for cooperation. Help the two kings kill a catacombs powerhouse and help you guys rule the catacombs again. As for us, we don't have any requests. We'll be like you guys. The death of a true king in the catacombs counts. This will be our success. This is effective. At least the humans still have a few top-notch powerhouses. There are also more than one existence that can slay an emperor. There are also a few powerhouses that are comparable to emperor level. If you're willing to cooperate, we can talk. My only request is, Di Hao, the few of you can kill yourselves. Fang Ping grinned and said, I'm a straightforward person. If you guys kill yourselves, then you guys who are stained with human blood will die. Then everyone will have a basis for cooperation. But if you don't kill yourselves, we won't have this basis. Di Hao said nothing. Fang Ping sneered and did not say much. At this time, Di Hao began to help in the search. After a while, he said, They're just ahead. How many people? More than 300. How many are 300? Di Hao looked at Fang Ping, frowning slightly. He said slowly, 347. Fang Ping laughed and said, Split them up. At most, about 30 people can be left behind each time. Can you control it precisely? Di Hao said in a low voice, It's very difficult. The changes in the terrain here are all due to the chaos origin. It's caused by the pulling of the chaos origin. As for precise control, not only does it depend on the pulling force, but it also depends on their resistance. You guys have felt it before. Once the resistance is strong, it's very difficult to carry out teleportation. Very difficult means it can still be done? Yes. Di Hao said deeply, but you'll need to pay a greater price. If that's the case, I'm afraid the few of us won't be able to help you guys anymore. Fang Ping sneered and said, No need. You guys can just watch the show. If you guys make a move, it'll be more troublesome. Who knows who you'll be dealing with? His distrust was clear on his face. Di Hao also knew that, in reality, the word trust did not exist in everyone. If that's the case, then we'll try our best to disperse them. But they won't be too far apart. You guys can only fight fast. Yes. Fang Ping said, then narrowed his eyes and said, Di Hao, don't trick us. If you teleport us into the catacombs crowd at the crucial moment, then we'll be the ones dying. As soon as he said that, Yu Hua suddenly said, We can't let all of them not participate. At least let 2 golden-armored centurions join us to prevent being killed by him. Di Hao said in a low voice, Since I'm working with you guys, then at least I won't do these things now. Yu Hua snorted coldly and said, Do you think that your words have any credibility in our eyes? Di Hao, if you want to work together, then show us your attitude. Let 2 golden-armored centurions join us. Only then will we believe that you won't send us into the other party's crowd. Di Hao took a deep breath. He knew that it would be difficult for these people to believe him without any proof. After thinking for a while, he said, slowly, Okay. After he said that, the 2 golden-armored powerhouses did not say much and quickly joined Fang Ping and the others. Fang Ping was even more straightforward. He let everyone surround the 2 of them to prevent them from causing trouble. Seeing this scene, Di Hao's eyes flickered. Very quickly, he said in a low voice, Do we start now? Now. As Fang Ping said that, he transmitted his voice. Later, we'll forcefully stay here. While he's teleporting us, we'll kill him. As soon as he said that, the few powerhouses who were called out earlier did not make a sound, but their eyes indicated that they understood. After killing Di Hao, they could control everything independently. Coincidentally, with the 2 golden-armored powerhouses teleported away, the defense around Di Hao would also be at its lowest. Open! Di Hao growled. In the distance, a cry of surprise came. In the next moment, Fang Ping and the others felt the teleportation force. At this moment, as long as they followed this force and moved, they could appear at the catacombs. Yu Hua and the others quickly disappeared along with the force, including the 2 golden-armored powerhouses. However, at this moment, Di Hao's expression changed drastically. Damn it! These fellows, they were really dogs, turning hostile at the drop of a hat. He had thought of turning hostile with Fang Ping, but in his opinion, turning hostile would at least have to wait until more than half of the fake dynasty's martial artists were dead. He did not expect that this was the first time, and the other party actually turned hostile. At this moment, several powerhouses forcibly shook off the teleportation force and stayed where they were. As for Di Hao, he had indeed expended a lot of energy. His face turned pale. At this moment, Fang Ping and the others attacked one after another, showing no mercy. "Go to hell!" Fang Ping roared. The crystal house covered the two blood armors. His mentality erupted, condensing into a saber and slashed at Di Hao. The void shook. At the same time, Kong Lingyuan set up a defense that was similar to a seal. That day, Zhang Tao relied on a book and blocked many true king powerhouses. His combat technique could defend and trap, extremely powerful. Kong Lingyuan could be considered half a disciple of Zhang Tao. At this moment, he was also extremely skilled in trapping people. Su Yunfei was also a powerhouse, ranked 5th on the Wind Cloud list. He was shockingly powerful. The few of them had secretly obtained the imperishable substance that Fang Ping had given them previously. At this moment, most of their injuries had recovered. With a few powerhouses working together, their explosive power was even more powerful. At this moment, the chaos origin in the void began to stir restlessly. Fang Ping. Di Hao roared furiously. He bellowed, "You guys are courting death! You talk too much nonsense." Fang Ping slashed with his mentality Changdao. At this moment, Di Hao also condensed a blood spear and stabbed at Fang Ping's mentality Changdao. The two forces collided in the air, creating cracks in the void. "Trap! Kill!" Kong Lingyuan roared. A transparent ball enveloped Di Hao. Then, Kong Lingyuan kept spurting blood from his mouth. The blood condensed into a blood fan. There was no fan surface, only fan bones. It was incomparably sharp, attacking Di Hao from all directions. Su Yunfei growled. A long sword pierced through the void, attacking Di Hao at the same time. "Break!" Di Hao roared. At this moment, the two blood armors trapped in the crystal house also roared. Their auras surged. Both of them attacked the crystal house desperately, causing it to crack. "General," the two blood armors looked at the cracks in the crystal house, but they could not break through. At this time, Di Hao was already fighting with a few people. The golden armor on his body was torn apart in the blink of an eye. The two of them looked at each other, their eyes revealing a hint of determination. They did not say much. The next moment, the two blood armor powerhouses roared. Their entire body's essence, spirit, and soul merged into one. With a roar, they self-destructed almost instantly. Bang! There was a loud bang. Crack! The crystal house exploded. It exploded into pieces. Fang Ping's face paled. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His 7 orifices were bleeding. Ruthless. These two fellows were really ruthless. This time, the Divine Palace army showed him what a real soldier was like. Earth martial artists were incomparably powerful because they dared to fight and were not afraid of death. The Divine Palace army was very similar to Earth martial artists. They might be stronger because they used the combined attack strategy. Fang Ping found it hard to imagine who was the commander of such an elite force back then. The two kings were not the commanders of the Divine Palace army. They were the temple masters of other temples back then. Who was the commander of the Divine Palace army? It was hard to imagine who could train such an iron-blooded army. At this moment, Di Hao's gaze was frighteningly fierce. He did not cry anymore. The blood armors were completely annihilated. His comrades who had fought together with him since the Divine Dynasty era, his subordinates, had all died in battle. As for the two golden armors, they were not his direct subordinates back then. Fang Ping. The moment the blood armors self-destructed, Di Hao ignored the others' attacks. His mentality condensed into a crimson spear and collided with Fang Ping's Changdao. The Changdao exploded. This was the first time. After that, Di Hao went berserk. He condensed the crimson spear again and again, attacking Fang Ping again and again. As for Kong Lingyuan and the other two, he let them attack him, only using a small part of his strength to defend. Fang Ping kept flying backward. His head began to explode. His mentality was severely damaged. The two blood armor's self-destructions destroyed his core materialization. Now, Di Hao began to attack his mentality. His mentality was severely damaged. Fang Ping was also a ruthless person. His eyes flashed. You want to compare ruthlessness with me? If it's a catacombs martial artist, I'm not afraid of you. Explode. Fang Ping condensed his mentality again and self-destructed, destroying the spear. Di Hao's head began to explode too. Explode. Di Hao's head exploded again before it could recover. Fang Ping was even more ruthless than him. Even if his mentality was severely damaged, he still forcefully recovered and kept exploding. Di Hao was in a trance. Meeting on a narrow path, the brave wins. Fang Ping's eyes flashed. Whoever was more ruthless would live. I'll fight you to the death. At this moment, Kong Lingyuan and Su Yunfei roared again and again. With a rumble, they slashed Di Hao, who was in a trance. Di Hao's silhouette began to condense rapidly. The battle in the distance was really chaotic now. The two golden armors were being attacked by the powerhouses of both sides. The two golden armors did not expect that the fake dynasty and the humans would choose to attack them. Not only were the two golden armors in a trance, but Qi Huanyu and the rest were also in a trance. They did not have many people. Many of them had been teleported away. His first thought was to kill Di Hao's people and take the initiative. He did not expect that the resurrected martial artists were also killing the golden armors. They came at the same time. Although Fang Ping was their mortal enemy, they reached a consensus almost in the blink of an eye. Nearly 100 powerhouses attacked. Although the two golden armors were extremely powerful, they were no match for an enemy that was 10 times their size. Almost in the blink of an eye, the two golden armor powerhouses were blown up alive. At this moment, everyone sensed the battle in the distance. Di Hao was blown up. I can't die. At this moment, Di Hao roared. His golden body recovered instantly, his aura extremely powerful. Vaguely, the aura of a true god was revealed. Even if I die, I'll take you with me. Di Hao looked at Fang Ping, furious. In this godforsaken place, everyone schemed against each other. But Fang Ping did not follow the rules time and time again, ruining his plans. Just like now, all of Fang Ping's responses did not match his calculations. Fang Ping did not think of killing the people of the fake dynasty first. After his mentality was severely injured, not only did he not retreat, but he also fought him to the death. This did not match his expectations. Unfortunately, he was not good enough to understand Fang Ping. Di Hao, who had recovered his golden body, had just finished speaking when Fang Ping approached him and attacked. At this moment, Fang Ping was also terrifyingly powerful. Fang Ping's expression was cold, and he sneered. Aren't you relying on your ability to recover a true god's strength? Fine, recover then. See if you can kill me. If you can't kill me, then wait to be killed by the Chaos Origin. Fang Ping did not care how powerful his aura was. He stepped forward and used his fists and legs, killing Di Hao's golden body until it looked like it was about to explode again. Di Hao's aura was also getting stronger and stronger. He growled, Do you really want to die with me? You'll know when you try. The two of them fought in the air, their speed extremely fast. Kong Lingyuan and Su Yunfei also joined the battle at this moment. The three of them joined forces to kill Di Hao. Di Hao's aura was getting stronger and stronger. He had to be strong. If he was not strong, he would be killed by the three of them. Rumble. In the void, the Chaos Origin began to explode. Fang Ping, Di Hao's eyes were blood red. He roared, "Do you really want to die with me?" He was not afraid of death, but he did not want to die now. His mission was not completed yet. Military orders must be obeyed. The two kings' orders were not completed. He did not want to die here now. Even if he died, he would wait until the military order was completed before fighting with Fang Ping. Fang Ping ignored him. Die together? He was not afraid. At this moment, he was afraid of losing. He knew this better than anyone else. He had seen too many catacombs martial artists. Because of fear, not only were their Tao destroyed, but they also lost their lives. At this moment, it was really a case of meeting on a narrow path. Whoever was bolder, who was more ruthless, could live. Did Di Hao think he could scare me? Fang Ping did not care. He punched and kicked, causing Di Hao's golden body to explode again. At the same time, Fang Ping's golden body was also cracked by Di Hao. If not for his golden body being strong, he might have been killed by Di Hao long ago. Even so, Fang Ping was vomiting blood nonstop. Di Hao's aura was getting stronger and stronger. At this moment, Fang Ping and the other two were constantly being hit and flying backward. But Fang Ping still roared, "Don't retreat. Surround and kill him." Rumble. The chaos origin exploded among them. Fang Ping and the other two spat out mouthfuls of blood and flew backward. Di Hao, who was in the middle, was blasted until his golden body cracked again. The attack he received was much stronger than Fang Ping and the others. Fang Ping, the chaos origin has started attacking. If you don't retreat, you'll die together. Di Hao roared. If this went on, they would all die. In the distance, Yu Wuhua and the others also saw the scene. They were about to go forward to help, but now they all stopped. They could not go anymore. If they went again, they would all die. Rumble. The sound of explosions was getting louder and louder. At this moment, Di Hao had completely given up on trying to persuade Fang Ping. This person, he could not persuade him. This was a truly ruthless person. He saw the shadows of many divine court powerhouses. The divine court army was like this. When they fought, they were not afraid of death and would not stop until they were dead. Fang Ping, you've exceeded my expectations. Di Hao calmed down and suddenly looked into the distance, into the depths, a touch of sorrow on his face. The glory of the divine court army was completely a thing of the past from now on. The two kings might rebuild the divine court army, but the real divine court army might really be gone after today. The divine court army that I had fought for my whole life. The Earth Emperor divine dynasty had been destroyed. Perhaps the divine court army should have been destroyed a long time ago. Back then, his defeated army had been taken in by the two kings. He had wholeheartedly wanted to restore the divine court army's glory. Who would have thought that when he woke up from his deep sleep today, he would find that everything had changed? The divine court army was no longer invincible. The divine court army could no longer scare those powerhouses to tears. My king, if the divine court army is rebuilt, will we still be able to leave our names? Di Hao looked into the distance and laughed at himself. So what if they left their names? The divine court army was gone. Fang Ping, since you have a death wish, I'll fulfill your wish. At this moment, Di Hao's voice was loud and his aura was terrifyingly powerful, even more terrifying than before. At this moment, a spear pierced the sky. Di Hao's figure suddenly grew countless times larger. The spear in his hand was filled with a murderous aura. Rumble. The chaos origin source exploded. Di Hao did not wait for the origin to attack him. He stabbed the spear at Fang Ping, impaling the terrifyingly fast Fang Ping on the spear. He said indifferently, "You deserve to die." Fang Ping was pierced through, but at this moment, Fang Ping was smiling brightly. "You want to take me with you? That depends on whether I'm willing or not." At this moment, Fang Ping's aura suddenly disappeared. Not only him, but Kong Lingyuan and Su Yunfei's auras also disappeared. Di, Hao realized the problem immediately. A very serious problem. Without the others' auras, his aura was too powerful. The Chaos Origin would only attack him. Rumble. Hao's golden body exploded. After the explosion, Hao did not die. He quickly stabbed the spear at Fang Ping again. Uft! Fang Ping was pierced again, and his golden body began to explode. But this time, Fang Ping was still smiling brightly. You can't kill me in 3 moves. If he could not kill him in 3 moves, Hao would die for sure. Hao's expression changed completely. With a roar, he stabbed the spear again. Fang Ping's head exploded, but Fang Ping's head recovered in the blink of an eye, even more than before. Damn it! Hao wanted to kill Fang Ping again. If he had another moment, he would definitely kill Fang Ping. But he would not give him the time. Rumble. This time, the explosion lasted for a long time. After a while, Fang Ping and the other 2 flew out, each injured. At the same time, Hao roared angrily at the sky. Why didn't you give me a little more time? He was not satisfied. Fang Ping, who killed the last comrade of the Divine Court Army, was not dead. He would not be satisfied even if he died. Fang Ping and the others who flew out had their golden bodies cracked, and their injuries were severe. But at this moment, Fang Ping was laughing hysterically. You'll know why I didn't give you time when you're dead. You killed my comrade, and I took revenge, but you didn't. Go to hell. Rumble. The explosion was earth-shattering. I won't give it to you even if I die. At this moment, Hao threw something out with all his might. It broke through the air. In the distance, Qi Huanyu and the others saw it and chased after it without a word. If Hao was not willing to give it to Fang Ping, then they would have it easy. That was good too. They could seize this opportunity to snatch it, and killing Fang Ping and the others would be easy. Just as Qi Huanyu and the others chased after him, Hao let out a low roar and the void exploded. At this time, the Chaos Origin also began to bombard everywhere. Fang Ping and the others were blasted until their flesh was torn and their golden bones cracked again. Hao, on the other hand, was even worse. With an earth-shattering explosion, Hao disappeared between heaven and earth. The Divine Court Army's general disappeared from the world, just like that. Even in the end, he could not take away the enemy. He wanted to take away the most, Fang Ping. Chapter 965. At the last moment, Hao did not dare to self-destruct. He was not afraid of death. He was afraid that if he self-destructed, he would detonate the entire Chaos Origin and ruin the Second King's plan. This iron-blooded general hated Fang Ping to the core. At this moment, he still remembered his mission. He was a soldier, the Second King's general. He could die, he could fail, but he could not ruin the big picture because of his personal grudge. That was why Hao did not self-destruct. At the last moment, he allowed the Chaos Origin to kill him. He died without a complete corpse. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Seeing that Hao died without a complete corpse, Fang Ping was not in a hurry to fight with Qi Huanyu and the rest for the item. At this moment, Fang Ping stood on the spot, blood spilling from his mouth. He chuckled. What a straightforward death. You're a man, but unfortunately, you're not a human powerhouse. Hao was very strong, very brave, and had the air of a general, but he was the Second King's man. The heavenly court army that he led was the enemy of humans, at least for now. His people had sealed off the world, causing a large number of human martial artists to die. He was the enemy, but he was the hero. Fang Ping felt that these words could be used on Hao. He was a hero. At least he was guarding the Second King's territory, protecting the Second King and killing invaders. Everything he did was not wrong. But was he wrong? Fang Ping did not think too much about it. He was not wrong either. He was fighting for humans. Hao was doing it for the Second King. Everyone was doing it for the group of people behind him. So there was no need to care about right or wrong. Kong Lingyuan looked at Fang Ping, his face ashen. Why are you still standing there? If Qi Huanyu and the rest get that thing, we'll be in trouble. Fang Ping shook his head and smiled. Based on Di Hao's character, why would he give something to the enemy before he died? If I'm not mistaken, that's probably a fake. Fang Ping smiled. People like him are very similar to us human powerhouses. Do you think human powerhouses will leave their treasures to the enemy when they die in battle? Kong Lingyuan frowned. Does that mean that he destroyed the item? No. Fang Ping said lightly. If he really destroyed it, he could have just told me at the last moment. Why did he have to divert attention? Su Yunfei coughed lightly, spat out a mouthful of blood, and lightly said, That's true. Since he had shifted our attention, it meant that he hoped that we would think that the item was real. A real treasure might not be destroyed, or perhaps it could not be destroyed. That treasure must have been hidden by him, hidden in a place where he thinks we won't find it. The few of them looked at each other, then at the black hole. Di Hao was killed by the chaos origin source, leaving nothing behind but a black hole. Kong Lingyuan said solemnly, Then let's look for it. The few of them exchanged glances again. Fang Ping suddenly cursed, exasperated. I knew it. I have a 9th refinement golden body, so if I don't go, who else can? That black hole was very dangerous. It was caused by countless spatial cracks. However, Fang Ping's physique was the strongest. If he did not go, the others would be in greater danger. Capable people do more work. Kong Lingyuan chuckled and said, If you don't go, who will? You're the leader. This old man has been seriously injured the last few times I attacked. This time is no exception. You can't really let me die here, right? Kong Lingyuan rarely made a joke. He was in a good mood. This time, although the humans had suffered heavy losses, they had killed to their heart's content. The enemies of Grandmaster were all killed. The Divine Court Army, those who attacked earlier, were also killed. Perhaps there were still survivors, but those they saw were all killed. If there were no reinforcements in the catacombs, they would have killed almost all of them. Humans were the biggest winners. In this battle, from start to finish, countless rank 9 powerhouses were killed. All the forces were greatly weakened. Even the powerful catacombs had more than 800 rank 9s dead here in this battle. There would definitely be a large number of rank 9s being transferred into the restricted area to strengthen the royal court's territory. When that time came, how many rank 9s would there be in the 108 foreign territories? Today, there were more than 2,000 rank 9s in the foreign territories. When that time came, there might not even be half of them. On average, there might not be more than 10 rank 9s in a catacombs. In this way, the foreign territories, which were the transit point connecting the human world, would be greatly weakened. It would be more advantageous for humans. Fang Ping did not say anything else. Soon he entered the black hole. After a while, Fang Ping walked out, holding a compass mirror in his hand. At this moment, Fang Ping's body was covered in blood marks. Fang Ping grinned, laughing. It's really inside. This guy is really ruthless. He wanted to divert his attention even before he died, refusing to let us get this thing. It really makes sense. Fang Ping held the compass at this moment, walking out step by step, saying in a low voice, It's very useful. At this moment, red dots appeared on the compass. Where Fang Ping and the others were, there were 3 red dots. Nearby, there were dozens of red dots. Those were human powerhouses. Further away, there were many more red dots. Those were Qi Huanyu and the others. Further away, there was a large group of red dots. Those were the catacombs' powerhouses who were separated out. However, these were not the focus of Fang Ping's attention. Fang Ping cast his gaze toward the depths, grinning. Interesting. At this moment, other than the red dots, there were actually a few green dots. Fang Ping asked playfully, What are these green dots? There was no need to guess. The second king's men. Fang Ping did not expect the compass mirror to show the presence of the second king's men. No wonder Di Hao wanted to hide this thing even before he died. Perhaps the second king did not expect Di Hao to die so quickly. 6 green dots. Di Hao was not telling the truth. Fang Ping did not care. Di Hao had said before that they still had 2 golden-armored people alive. One was controlling the corpse puppets, and the other was responsible for teleportation. Now, however, Fang Ping saw 6 green dots. That meant that there were still 6 people alive. Can we see the second king? Kong Lingyuan asked hurriedly. Fang Ping shook his head and said, I probably can't see it from there. The situation inside the second king's palace might not have been calculated. These 6 people are the kind who are active outside. Having said that, Fang Ping studied the compass again. Very quickly, Fang Ping discovered some principles. This thing could really control a bit of chaos origin. Fang Ping injected a gush of energy to control the little red dot where he was. At this moment, the scenery around Fang Ping suddenly changed. In the blink of an eye, he was more than 100 meters away from Kong Lingyuan and the others. Interesting. Controlling the red dot can teleport people away. Fang Ping said with a smile, This way we'll have the upper hand. Having said that, Fang Ping roared, Everyone gather! In the distance, some people still wanted to fight with Qi Huanyu and the others for the treasures. Hearing the voice, Fang Ping was a little hesitant. He shouted, Come quickly! At this moment, even Yu Wuhua and the others rushed over without hesitation. This time, under Fang Ping's leadership, they killed a large number of powerhouses and succeeded in their revenge. Now that Fang Ping said to gather, then they would gather. As for Qi Huanyu and the others, they had already fled the place quickly after obtaining the treasures. After a while, everyone gathered again. Yu Wuhua frowned slightly and said, Fang Ping, all of us are on your side now. Previously, when you surrounded and killed Di Hao, you should have told us. If anything happened at that time, we might have been surrounded and killed. Fang Ping nodded and said with a smile, I admit that I didn't do this well, but I'm also worried that there might be Second King's people on your side. Fang Ping exhaled and said, I'm not lying. Second King has a plan. I don't know if there are Second King's people hiding. That's why I must try my best to eliminate any unexpected factors. But I'm not asking you to die. There are more than 60 of you against more than 30 people. Even if the 2 golden-armored people make trouble, you can still handle it. Sometimes there's no need to get to the bottom of some things, right? Yu Wuhua glanced at him and said slowly, I hope we can cooperate happily this time and not fall out again in the end. Fang Ping smiled and said, As long as you don't fall out first, I won't do it. Everyone has gone through thick and thin together, killed enemies together, and is considered half a comrade. Although humans are crazy, they haven't reached the point of killing everyone. As he said that, Fang Ping smiled and said, Enough with the idle talk. I've got what I want, so now, let's start the hunting feast. Fang Ping smiled evilly and gritted his teeth. Kill every living person we see. It's very difficult. Yu Wuhua shook his head and said, After all, Qi Huanyu and the others have more than 300 people. It's fine to teleport once. But if their powerhouses are on guard, it's actually very difficult to do it all the time. Otherwise, Di Hao and the others can teleport and kill everyone, I know. Fang Ping smiled and said, It's almost difficult to teleport those above 5th stage origin. But here in the catacombs, among those newcomers, there aren't many 5th stage origin. As Fang Ping said that, his eyes flickered. Moreover, the more I fight, the stronger I get. What's there to be afraid of? His vitality was constantly increasing. That was the limit of the 9th stage. When it reached 2,000 calories, his vitality would be comparable to an ordinary martial artist's 4,000 calories. At that time, Fang Ping could try to walk the origin path. At this moment, Fang Ping did not have this idea yet. If he walked the origin path now, he might not be able to go far. He was not sure how far he could go on the origin path. Instead, he might as well cultivate more vitality at the ninth stage golden body. Otherwise, when he reached rank 9, the golden body cultivation would be very difficult, as it would repel the origin. Right now, his vitality was increasing quickly. In fact, it might not be slower than when he entered rank 9. If that was the case, of course, he had to do things that he was confident in. Unless he reached 2,000 calories, when he had reached the limit and could not increase anymore, only then would Fong Ping consider walking the origin path. Even if he walked 3 to 5 meters, it would be worth it. Otherwise, if he walked 3 to 5 meters now, it would be a huge loss. He did not know how many meters unquestionable Jian had walked in a day. These things were all in the past. Not many of the neo-martial artists knew about it. The ancient martial artists also rarely discussed these things, especially when it came to unquestionable Jian. Most people were unwilling to talk about it. Old Man Li walked more than 300 meters in a day, but Fong Ping did not think that he was stronger than Old Man Li. As he spoke, Fong Ping's body shone with a golden light. Large amounts of imperishable substance were honing his bones continuously. Fong Ping did not hesitate either. He threw a ball of imperishable substance to everyone and said with a smile, "Everyone recover a little. When you recover your strength, we can kill better." "Thank you." Yu Wuhua and the others thanked him one after another. They did not mention what happened just now. Not telling outsiders was what a commander-in-chief should do. If Fong Ping really told them everything without holding anything back, it would not be a good thing. No commander-in-chief would tell everyone about their strategic deployment. The more people who knew, the higher the possibility of a leak. Fong Ping took a look at his wealth points. Giving each person 1 point of imperishable substance consumed about 300 million of his wealth points. At this moment, his wealth points had reached 2 billion. As for the compass, it seemed worthless. Although the compass mirror was special, it was not considered a treasure. This thing had different values in different people's eyes. It was not wrong to say that it was worthless. This was just a monitor screen. It was understandable that it was worthless. As Fong Ping honed his body, he began to lead everyone into action according to the display of the compass. The outside world, on the stone monument, including the batch of people who entered later, there was a name list of close to 2,000 people. But now, there were fewer and fewer people. Fong Ping side, 52 people. Overseas Immortal Islands, 21 people. Divine Land, 329 people. 402 powerhouses. This was the current data on the stone monument. As for Mount Wangwu's side, they had just come out from the royal battlefield. At that time, Fong Ping let Mount Wangwu bring 6 rank, 8 martial artists and Wang Ruobing away, a total of 7 people. Mount Wangwu had more than 30 people, almost 40 people. But now, the number of people was much smaller, about 30 people. Zhang Tao looked at the few heavily injured rank 8s in the crowd and said lightly, "Did any of our people die on Mount Wangwu?" Chun Yaoting looked at Zhang Tao and said with a smile, "Yes, Minister. We are all crippled. We don't even have the qualifications to lead the way." Hearing this, Zhang Tao's expression suddenly changed, and he looked at Green Lotus Sovereign with a smile. "Thank you very much." He was grateful, but Celestial Emperor Dragon Transformation's face was gloomy. He looked at the severely injured Wang Ruobing and said coldly, "This is how you guys save people?" He had heard it from Wang Hanyue. Wang Ruobing was not injured when she left. Wang Ruobing could not help but feel sad when she saw her father's white hair. She was afraid that her father would clash with Mount Wangwu again, so she hurriedly said, "I was careless." Before she could finish her sentence, Ling Xiao giggled and said, "She's a martial artist, and she's completely unscathed. If we go on an adventure, wouldn't she come along? She's the weakest, so isn't it normal for her to be injured?" "Xiao Xiao." The Green Lotus Sovereign's expression changed slightly, and she instantly teleported in front of Ling Xiao. She was worried that Celestial Emperor Dragon Transformation would directly kill Ling Xiao in a fit of anger. Celestial Emperor Dragon Transformation suppressed the anger in his heart, went forward to carry his daughter, and said coldly, "Since that's the case, we're even. You guys saved Ruobing." But this was Fang Ping paying the price of a divine artifact. I, Dragon Transformation, am not an ungrateful person. This favor, I'll remember it. But you guys, it's just an exchange of interests. It can't be said to be a favor to me, Dragon Transformation. Furthermore, you took away the divine artifact and even made Ruobing, who's just at mighty deity realm, go be a pathfinder. If not for their still being a great enemy, this emperor wouldn't let you guys off. He did not remember these people's favors. He did not owe Mount Wangwu either. Bringing away his daughter, Mount Wangwu's people received benefits. But even so, the other party still made his daughter go and scout the way, and he recalled her in time. Otherwise, maybe his daughter would have perished here. After Celestial Emperor Dragon Transformation finished talking, he took a look at his heavily injured daughter and did not talk nonsense either. Casually waving his hand, he brought Dragon Transformation and the rest and disappeared on the spot in a blink of an eye. Ling Xiao pursed her mouth. She did not care too much about this. At this moment, Ling Xiao took a look at the stone tablet. Although she had just seen it, she understood its function instantly. Then she was slightly surprised and giggled. Little brother really didn't die. On Fang Ping's side, there were still many people who survived. 52. Previously, there were 39 who retreated. Among them, there were not many from overseas Immortal Island who retreated due to serious injuries. 9 of them. Fang Ping's side had 30. In addition, they brought back 6 rank 8s now. 58. This was also the number of people who survived out of so many people that Fang Ping brought in this time. Out of close to 300 people, 88 survived. 6 great grandmasters, 2 boundary lands suffered heavy losses. There were many deaths. Their rank 9s entered 100 and about 60 rank 8s. Out of 160 people, only about 30 survived this time. 6 great sacred lands sent in 50 rank 9s and 20 rank 8s. This time, not many survived, about 25 people. Other countries sent in 20 rank 9s. Their losses were even worse. Less than 5 survived. Sino Nation sent 30 rank 9s and 20 rank 8s. Out of 50 powerhouses, only less than 30 survived. Among them, 14 rank 8s and 7 to 8 rank 9s died. This was the current situation. This time, Sino Nation lost more than 20 powerhouses in battle. They had never suffered such a huge loss before. They were all top-notch rank 8 and rank 9 powerhouses. However, Zhang Tao did not say much. He was not sad either. People were bound to die in war. Although so many people died and Sino Nation's vitality was greatly damaged, this time it was not just Sino Nation's vitality that was damaged. Compared to them, Sino Nation's loss was considered small. He took a look at Qin Yaoding and the others. After these people recovered this time, they could probably achieve rank 9. 6 people. That meant 6 rank 9s. Perhaps he would be able to quickly step into the origin and even walk a considerable distance. That would be victory. 52. Zhang Tao looked at the names and fell into deep thought. 52 people. Could they all come back alive? This time, actually, it was slightly beyond his expectations. Everyone's casualties were too heavy, close to 2,000 powerhouses. According to his previous thinking, more than half of them were dead or injured. But now, slightly more than 400 people died. They lost 80%. It was terrifying. And this was not the end. It was still going on. The dead were still dying. On the catacombs side, the names were still disappearing. They were all weak rank 9s. Right now, the weak rank 9s were dying especially fast. Those above Origin Stage 3 were slightly better. 329 people. 328 people. The number was gradually decreasing, all the way until 255 people. The number stopped declining. On Fang Ping's side, 50 people were alive. Overseas immortal islands, 20 people were alive. 325 powerhouses were alive. Fang Ping and the others were hunting. It did not mean that no one would die. If they were unlucky, it was normal to be killed. Dead people were the norm at this moment. Thousands of powerhouses at this moment. 325 people were alive. The outside world had already fallen into complete silence. Life King and the others closed their eyes at this moment. They could not bear to watch anymore. The losses were too heavy. Although there were many catacombs powerhouses, not all of them were under their command. Some of them were neutral. Some rank 9 in dynasties, divine sects, true kings' retainers. These were actually very difficult to order. This time, the true kings made their move. A large number of true king retainers were sent out. Some even came out in full force. Life King opened his eyes slowly and looked around. Some of the true kings were already livid. Obviously, they had become commanders without an army. Not alone. A few true kings had become commanders without an army at this time. King Maple did not have many rank 9s under his command. This time they were all gone. King Huaitu. It was not just them. This time, the Ji family was the leader. There were many rank 9s under the Ji family. In order to cooperate with Qi Huanyu, the Destiny Army's commanders were almost all brought along. More than half of the Ji family's direct rank 9s were gone. This time, however, the losses were extremely heavy. Previously, the Ji family's direct rank 9s exceeded everyone's expectations. There were almost 100 people. However, after a few big battles, including the one in Magic City, there were less than 60 rank 9s in the Ji family when they entered the battlefield. This time, the Ji family sent at least 50 people. And now, were there only 10 people alive? Even if all of them returned, the Ji family's rank 9s would only be about 20. Life King was silent. The Ji family had 100 rank 9 forces. In the blink of an eye, 80% of them were lost. Even if he did not care about these god generals, he knew that everything would not go smoothly for the Ji family. At the very least, the palace might not be able to suppress them. It would be fine if he and Ji Hong were here. If they were not here, Life King sighed in his heart. Ji Yao might not be able to suppress them anymore. But Hong, and I are still here. It's fine. Life King was glad that they were still here. The palace was still under the Ji family's control. A bunch of useless trash. What is Qi Huanyu doing? Life King was unhappy. This time, he felt that Qi Huanyu could lead Godland to victory and achieve the greatest results. He convinced the other true kings. However, under Qi Huanyu's leadership, Godland suffered such heavy losses. He, Life King, was going to become a public enemy. Sigh, this is troublesome. Life King felt helpless. The Ji family's encounter with Fang Ping did not go smoothly. It was not the first time that Ji Yao had suffered losses in Fang Ping's hands. This time, he deliberately did not let Ji Yao follow him because he was afraid of trouble, even if Ji Yao thought that she would only gain something if she went. Initially, she thought that a powerhouse like Qi Huanyu could help wash away the humiliation. Unexpectedly, it was even worse. 500 to 600 rank 9s were lost. Godland had never suffered such a huge loss in the past 1,000 years. Nemesis, these two words suddenly appeared in Life King's mind. Fang Ping was the Ji family's nemesis. If this guy did not die this time, the Ji family would be in big trouble in the future. Moreover, it would be because of Fang Ping. At this moment, Life King made up his mind. This time, no matter what, he had to kill Fang Ping. Even if Fang Ping really came out alive, he had to think of a way to kill him. At all costs. He could not drag it out any longer. P.S. Recommending a book? I Can Only Transmigrate Halfway by Angel of Two Treasures, a new book by a beautiful male author. Everyone, please bookmark and support it. Chapter 966. Global High Martial Arts Update Delayed. Please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, Please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Chapter 9, 67. Ming Wang had made up his mind outside, within the king's battlefield. Fang Ping made up his mind. I must kill Qi Huanyu this time. Fang Ping gritted his teeth. If it wasn't for Qi Huanyu, there wouldn't have been so many casualties. Among the leaders of the three factions, Gu Qing and Di Hao had been killed. Qi Huanyu was the only one still alive. It's a pity that my god-slaying saber was taken away. Fang Ping felt a little regretful. If he still had the god-slaying saber, he would still have a high chance of killing Qi Huanyu now. However, the god-slaying saber had been taken away by Ling Xiao. At this moment, he was not confident that he could kill Ling Xiao. At the side, Kong Lingyuan saw that he was collecting the corpses while gritting his teeth and said with a smile, "There's no need to rush. Qi Huanyu's path is a dead one, but yours is still a long one. If you can't kill him this time, when you reach rank 9, killing him will be a piece of cake." How strong was Fang Ping? Rank 8, however, had the combat power of a top-notch rank 9. At this moment, if the rankings were to be rearranged, Fang Ping would definitely enter the top 10. Fang Ping still had a long way to go. Now that he had reached rank 9, Kong Lingyuan even suspected that there would be the first rank 9 to defeat a paragon powerhouse. Thinking of this, Kong Lingyuan's curiosity was piqued. She asked telepathically, "Now that you've reached peak rank 9, do you have the confidence to fight a paragon?" Fang Ping shrugged. How would I know? His basic vitality was now more than 180,000 calories. The peak of the 9th refinement would be around 200,000 calories. After achieving rank 9, there would be a transformation that could increase it by at least 20 to 30,000 cal. If it was 30,000 calories, it would be 230,000 calories vitality. Every 100 meters out of origin would increase by 5,000 calories. At origin level 10, it would be almost 280,000 calories of basic vitality. Coupled with the fact that his vitality quality had doubled, he had a vitality of 560,000 calories. At this time, if he were to increase his origin, he would have a vitality strength of 12 million, surpassing the 800,000 calories vitality strength of the weakest absolute peak. The vitality here referred to the quality of rank 9's vitality, not desperation realms. The weakest paragon was comparable to a rank 9 with 800,000 calories of vitality. Emperor level, on the other hand, was a vitality of the absolute peak of 1,000,000 cal, comparable to a rank 9's 2,000,000 calories vitality quality. Fang Ping calculated in his heart for a while. He had reached rank 10 origin. If the origin could be amplified, then he could really fight the paragon. What he was worried about now was, what if the origin did not increase? This was not an unfounded worry. A certain someone didn't show any signs of growth. Old Man Li had stepped into the origin realm, but his vitality did not increase. His basic vitality was as high as 180,000 calories, comparable to an ordinary rank 9's 360,000 calories. His control was not low either. He would be more powerful than Qi Huanyu if his origin was enhanced. However, the 10,000 DAOs as one had its limitations. Old Man Li was equivalent to a pure body honing. If he continued down the path of origin, although there would be a qualitative change in his body, there was no increase in combat strength. I hope that won't happen to me. Fang Ping mumbled to himself. Otherwise, even if he reached rank 10 origin, his vitality would only have a strength of 560,000 calories, which was not as good as a desperation realm. At that time, he would be invincible among the rank 9, but he would not be able to fight beyond his level in the true sense. Fang Ping exhaled and cursed in his heart. My rank 8 foundation is so strong. If I still can't fight someone of a higher rank, is there still justice in this world? After collecting the loot, Fang Ping said, "Let's go. Continue to kill." He had to enter the realm battlefield as soon as possible. The two kings definitely had other arrangements. Although the divine court army has appeared this time, it isn't the full force of the two kings. Be careful, Li Daong interrupted. We've shifted their people a few times. Most of the weak ones have been killed. The ones left are all very strong. Be careful that Qi Huanyu will beat us at our own game and kill us. Fang Ping nodded slightly. They still had 70 people on their side. Qi Huanyu had more than 250 people on his side. The difference in combat strength was still very big. If the shift failed and they barged into their camp, it would be very easy to get into trouble. Therefore, Fang Ping had to keep an eye on the compass at all times to prevent accidents from happening, while Fang Ping and the others were continuing their search. Qi Huanyu looked at the people around him and said, darkly, useless. There are dozens of them. Don't they have the ability to kill a few? If this goes on, we will be nibbled away one by one. The divine land is the strongest force, but now we have become someone else's prey. At this point, Qi Huanyu looked at the people in the crowd and shouted, martial artists below, rank 5 of divine path. Keep your spirits up. Don't get separated again. The rest of you, protect me. Fang Ping and the others will come again. This time, we won't kill Fang Ping or the resurrected martial artists. Kill the overseas immortal islands, outland and land of bounded boundaries powerhouses. Fang Ping had his own selfish motives. He protected the resurrected martial artists more, and the others less. There was a difference between intimacy and alienation. If we kill everyone else, what can the few people left in the land of rebirth do to us? Hall Master Qi. At this time, someone in the crowd said in a low voice, Hall Master, I'm afraid you've forgotten our original intention. We came here to seize treasures, not to kill the enemy. Now, we've put the cart before the horse. If we had gone to the space battlefield earlier, we would not have suffered such heavy casualties. If this goes on, even if we kill all the resurrected martial artists, what can we do? In the end, our mission still failed. The person who spoke was from Sky Plant's royal court. This person was not the only one who was dissatisfied. In the crowd, there were powerhouses under the command of other true kings who were also dissatisfied. Hall Master Qi, Hall Master Yang is right. Is it necessary for us to focus on killing the resurrected martial artists? The war with the land of rebirth has been going on. If they wanted to, they could have done it at any time. Why did they have to fight them now? Right now, the two kings' trump cards are still unknown. We've suffered such heavy losses. For the sake of the Hall Master's selfish motives, we've already suffered heavy losses. If this goes on, not only will we not be able to seize the treasures, but in the end, how many of us can leave this place alive? That's right. Hall, Master Qi, if this goes on, how are we going to explain to the true kings? The true kings don't care. The G family has a big business. We don't have the G family's confidence. Everyone discussed animatedly. Their dissatisfaction was clear in their words. Qi Huanyu sighed softly in his heart. He could not blame these people for making things difficult. Too many people had died. 900 rank 8 and rank 9 people came in. Now, more than 250 people survived. Not even 30%. They were afraid of killing. Even if there were not many people on Fang Ping's side now, these people were really a little afraid. Although he knew that everyone was afraid, Qi Huanyu still tried his best to persuade them. Everyone, the hatred between us and the land of rebirth is absolutely irreconcilable. Especially Sky Plant's royal court. Do you really think that if you don't kill them, they will let us go? Fang Ping will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. He killed the martial artists who were resurrected. He will definitely take revenge until the end. Now that things have come to this, can't you see it? Fang Ping is the biggest threat. He has not entered God General yet. Once he does, I'm afraid even I won't be a match for him. Qi Huanyu's gaze was solemn. If we don't kill him now, he will enter true king and become the next martial king. When that time comes, a full-scale war will break out. With Fang Ping's ability, can he still kill him? Some people disagreed. That's not our business anymore. It's the true king's business. Some things did not concern them. They did not want to say much. There were so many true kings in God's land. Why did the true kings not attack? Why did they have to exchange their lives for his? How many people had died this time? In the catacombs, God generals were also high and mighty. But now they had all become cannon fodder. Their deaths were not worth it. Seeing this, Qi Huanyu felt even more helpless. Hatred, a bunch of cowards who were afraid of death. All these years in God's land, no wonder there were very few true kings. If they were like this, how could they advance? Everyone knew that Fang Ping was a threat, but they wanted others to do it while they watched the show. A peerless prodigy had grown up right under their noses. From possessing high-ranked combat strength in the past, in just a short period of time, he had become a top-notch existence below true king. Was this speed not shocking enough? A bunch of idiots. Qi Huanyu cursed in his heart, but he knew what these people were thinking. They felt that it had nothing to do with them. However, they did not consider that the war had broken out for so many years. With Fang Ping's personality, would he let these people go? Would he let the heavenly plants, royal court, powerhouses go? Forget it. Qi Huanyu sighed in his heart and said quickly, "Let's go to the space battlefield then. Everyone be careful." He could not be bothered to say anything else. If they went to the space battlefield, Fang Ping and the rest would definitely go too. They would encounter each other again. Killing was only a matter of time. Too many powerhouses had already died in this godforsaken place. This time, if Life King did not get the biggest benefit, it would be a huge loss. Now, Qi Huanyu was a little curious. What trump card did Life King prepare? Putting aside the fact that the two kings were not to be trifled with, there were so many powerhouses coming this time. How was Life King going to deal with them? Also, Life King was bent on killing the two kings. Was it really for the two kings' Tao, or was it something else? Just as Qi Huanyu and the rest were moving toward the depths of the second palace, Fang Ping also noticed that they had changed direction and quickly chased after them. The killing was still going on. Fang Ping led the rest and followed them from afar. They did not go near. If there was a chance, they would forcefully move a few people and engage in the killing. If there was no chance, they would follow and hide behind like hunting dogs. Qi Huanyu, who was in front, seemed to have given up on fighting him. He did not care and kept moving forward. At the same time, second palace. In the deepest part of the palace, in a basilica, two thrones sat high above. At this moment, two silhouettes appeared on the thrones. Below them, more than 10 powerhouses shouted in unison, "Greetings, Master God! Master God, the Master of Divine Continent, the Master of Pantheon." The two king silhouettes were still illusory. On the left, a silhouette said slowly, "Generals, rise!" When everyone straightened up, the powerhouse on the left, with an indifferent voice, continued, "General D, how has fallen? The Pantheon army has been completely annihilated. Since the founding of Pantheon, the Pantheon army has been fighting for 7,000 years. I was planning to rebuild the Pantheon army after coming out of seclusion, but unexpectedly, all the last seeds have fallen. Alas! Tianming, there are some things that need not be said." The voice of the person on the right was cold, and it was hard to tell whether he was male or female. The one on the left was the Tianming monarch, and the one on the right was the Tianji monarch. In the past, the two kings had led the remnants of the Earth Emperor God dynasty away from Divine Continent and came to the desolate border, where they established the Tianji monarch and the Tianming royal court. Under such circumstances, the continuation of the existence of the Earth Emperor God dynasty was enough to prove their strength and courage. At that time, beyond Avalon, the outer sea, immortal islands, and the bounded boundaries had not been destroyed. and the bounded boundaries were still at their strongest. The two kings had still allowed the Earth Emperor God dynasty to continue, which was more difficult than others had imagined. The Tianji monarch interrupted Tianming. Soon he waved his hand, and a huge screen appeared in front of everyone. There was no longer a red dot on it. Instead, a few human figures were revealed. They were similar to the sky screen, and one could even see their appearances clearly. This was the hub of the entire king battlefield, the core. The compass was just an object that had been split off. At this moment, the screen showed both sides. Although General Di Hao has fallen, he has killed many invaders, the Sky Plant King said. Very quickly, Fan Ping's image on the screen was magnified a lot. Tianji King said coldly, "This man is the leader of the human world this time. He was also the one who killed Di Hao and seized General Di's Pantheon mirror." The next moment, the scene switched to Qi Huanyu. That's the Vice Palace Lord of the Heavenly Fate Royal Court, the disciple of the Heavenly Fate Monarch, and an existence at the peak of quintessence. Tianming Monarch snorted and said, "Trash!" The current God continent was becoming more and more useless, let alone the fact that so many Origin Realm experts had suffered heavy casualties. They did not even have the ambition to fight the enemy head-on. If we were like this a few years ago, God continent would have been completely destroyed. If the two kings didn't even have this much ability back then, how could the four great royal halls continue to exist? The Heavenly Fate Monarch looked down on these people. He also felt that these people had tarnished his reputation. Saying that, the Heavenly Fate Monarch sneered and said, "The Heavenly Fate Monarch doesn't know that he is in the picture and wants to break into the gods' graveyard. In the end, I want to see how he ends up." The Heavenly Fate Monarch, a person with great ambition but little talent. The Sky Plant King also sneered and said, "This person calls himself the Heavenly Fate Monarch and has always wanted to replace you. Little does he know that he is just a puppet pushed out by those people. Those fellows have been controlling everything in the dark all these years. Back then, you and I were also controlled by them. Now that we have been in a deep sleep for many years, their experts can't enter the gods' graveyard and escape their control. Now it seems like these people have found the Heavenly Fate Monarch to be their scavenger. They want to clean up disobedient people like us." Those people. As soon as this name was mentioned, a golden-armored expert below said in a muffled voice, "Master God, where did these people come from?" The Sky Plant King pondered for a moment and said slowly, "I don't know. Back then, we guessed that these people might be formed by the descendants of some fallen emperors. They wanted to fulfill some of the emperor's last wishes. Maybe it was like that in the beginning. When the earthly sovereign's clone was still here, he also knew about this organization, but didn't encircle and annihilate them. I'm afraid they are related. But later, some changes might have happened. This organization might have had internal strife and split. Later, in our impression, this organization was very contradictory. Sometimes they would deliberately cause some chaos, and sometimes someone would step in to stop them. I don't know if they're from one side, or simply two organizations. No matter what, these people are very powerful. The destruction of the Celestial Dynasty and the war between the North and the South are all related to them, including the fight for the Seed of Rebirth and the breaking of the Celestial Realm Wall. Maybe they are all controlled by these people. Then what is their purpose? To let the emperors appear in the three realms again." The Sky Plant King smiled faintly and said, "Maybe so." Back then, the emperors suddenly disappeared. Some said they were dead. Some said they were just waiting for time to revive again. These people might be the backup left by the emperors. Next to him, the Heaven Fate Monarch smiled faintly and said, "It might also be their organization. Some people want to become emperors themselves. However, these people are indeed the remnants of the Celestial Realm after the destruction of the Celestial Realm. I have been in contact with some people in their organization, and they know a lot about the ancient secrets. Among them, there is a high chance that there are descendants or disciples of the emperors. The one I met might be a descendant of one of the 9 emperors. When we talked about the destruction of the celestial realm, this person was very emotional, and his tone was very complicated. He might be a prince in the past. The Sky Plant King smiled and said, "Let's not talk about this now. In the void battlefield, the relic of the earthly sovereign is still there. After all these years of nurturing, the relic is probably strong enough to open the sealed door." At this point, the Sky Plant King smiled again and said, "This relic, it was that group of people who made us leave it in the void battlefield. They have been nurturing it all this time, and I'm afraid they are waiting for this moment to collect it. The Heaven Fate Monarch might be the one who took this relic. These people want to take the relic. Maybe it is time for the Emperor's path to open. But we can't let them take it away." At this point, the Sky Plant King looked at the people below and said with a smile, "Get ready. When they get the relic, kill them, take it, and return it to its owner. This time, we will rebuild the Celestial Dynasty. It will no longer be the Earthly Emperor God Dynasty." The Sky Plant King said slowly, "The earthly sovereign is gone, and now we live for ourselves. The three realms are in chaos, and someone must end it all. The name of the Celestial Dynasty is the Heavenly Court." Rumble. The void exploded. The people below were shocked. Not to rebuild the Celestial Dynasty, but the Heavenly Court. The ancient Heavenly Court. The second king. How ambitious. "Divine Lord." Someone wanted to speak, but the Sky Plant King raised his hand and said calmly, "In the past, the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors ruled the Heavenly Court and the 3 realms together. In the end, the 3 realms collapsed, and the order was in chaos for nearly 10,000 years. Now, we are the Orthodox Celestial Dynasty. The Earthly Emperor God Dynasty has continued the Heavenly Court and established its rule. We have continued the Celestial Dynasty, preserved the land, and allowed the experts in the land to have a path of retreat. We are the Orthodox Celestial Dynasty. The Life Fate Monarch and the others have great ambitions but little talent, and the land is in chaos, not even as good as the human realm. How can they lead the land to regain its former glory?" The Sky Plant King said indifferently, "Therefore the Heavenly Court will reappear. There will be no more 9 sovereigns, no more 4 emperors, only the second king." At this moment, the Sky Plant King stood up. He was tall, and he said in a clear voice, "Generals, we have made preparations all these years. This time when we come out of seclusion, there will be help. The Heavenly Court will be rebuilt, and the world will be divided. Under the second king, there will be the 4 emperors, the 8 heavenly kings, the 36 great sages." The Sky Plant King said in a loud voice, "You have followed me for many years. The 4 emperors and the 8 heavenly kings may not be conferred, but among the 36 great sages, there will be a seat for you. The 3 realms will be unified. From now on, we will set the rules and order. The human realm cultivates the human realm. The earth realm cultivates the immortal realm, and the heavenly realm cultivates the God realm." The Sky Plant King's voice became louder. At this moment, the Heaven Fate Monarch also stood up, and his loud voice echoed in the hall. "Rebuilding the order of heaven and earth, and stabilizing the 3 realms. All of you are meritorious subjects. In the future, the Emperor realm may not be impossible. In the chaotic world, there will be great opportunities. After the chaos, there will be prosperity, a great era." The Heaven Fate Monarch said in a high voice, "Everything is rotten, and we will fix the world. Greetings, Heaven Master." At this moment, the experts below all kowtowed. "Heaven Master, the Lord of the 3 realms." The 2 kings wanted to rebuild the Heavenly Court. They wanted to reset the world and divide the world. At this moment, these people were also excited. Since the 2 kings had said so, it meant that they were confident they could do it. Since the 4 emperors and the 8 heavenly kings had been promised by the 2 kings, there were probably experts from the outside world who would cooperate with them. In this way, there was still hope. The 3 realms cauldron. In this way, the Emperor realm's great Tao would appear in the hands of the 2 kings. When the 2 kings became emperors, they who followed the emperor, would also reap the greatest rewards. It had been almost 10,000 years since the heavenly realm fell. Now, the three realms was finally going to be unified again. At this moment, these people did not think about failure. The two kings could survive in the cracks, leading the defeated troops to rebuild the celestial dynasty. Now, they could definitely achieve greater achievements. Most of the powerful enemies in the past were now dead, and the two kings were still alive. This was the capital of everyone's confidence. In the outside world, the moment the two kings announced that they were going to rebuild the heavenly court, the void became restless, and the great Tao appeared. Seeing this strange scene, many people were a little surprised. Soon, an expert said lightly, "An expert has touched the great Tao." What kind of thoughts can touch the great Tao? Everyone, since the 9 emperors sealed the great Tao, it has been difficult for the great Tao to appear. Is there a change now? Maybe the seal is about to break. Someone snickered and said, "This day has finally come." Back then, when the heavenly realm was broken, the 9 emperors said that we could all become emperors, but it has become an illusion. I wonder if it was the 4 celestial emperors who did it. For a group of human cultivators, they cut off our path. How hateful! As soon as these words came out, some people seemed to resonate with them. Someone sneered and said, "The 9 emperors once said that humans and immortals rule separately. Humans have the human Tao, and immortals have the immortal Tao. We walk the immortal Tao, and the great Tao is unobstructed. The human world is full of flies and dogs, and the mortal world is full of obstacles. If that's the case, why can't we walk the immortal Tao after repeated tests? Otherwise, if the human Tao is unobstructed, demons will appear. Just like now, the human Tao is full of demons. This is not the human Tao, this is the demon Tao." These people were obviously very old. On the peak, Zhang Tao sneered and stared at the void. He laughed strangely and said, "Zhang Tao of the demon Tao is here. I hope to see a cultivator of the immortal Tao exterminating demons and protecting the Tao. Zhang Tao, those who do evil will bring about their own destruction." He. Zhang Tao laughed coldly and said in a mocking tone, "Those who do evil? The human Tao and the immortal Tao? The so-called righteous path? Are you demons and monsters? If that's the case, then this so-called righteous Tao, the immortal Tao, is not worth walking. I will walk my own demon Tao." The void exploded. Heaven and earth roared. Zhang Tao stood proudly on the peak and sneered. "Is there a heavenly tribulation? If there is, try and kill me. Martial artists have no heaven. If there is a heaven, it is our own heaven." Heaven and earth roared again when he said that. "Ha ha ha! Kill me!" Zhang Tao laughed maniacally. His demonic form was revealed. At this moment, the surroundings were silent. Chapter 968. Kill! Fang Ping roared and killed another rank 9. At this moment, there were fewer and fewer people he could kill. Up ahead, Qi Huanyu's group was moving faster and faster, and there were fewer and fewer people who could teleport. At this time, the other party was already close to the depths. In the distance, everyone could even see a fallen large palace. Second King Palace. The 2 kings had been sleeping here for thousands of years, and now they had awakened. At this moment, Qi Huanyu and the others also stopped in their tracks. Qi Huanyu's expression was solemn as he looked at the half-sunken imperial palace. At this moment, Qi Huanyu turned around and looked at Fang Ping coldly. He snorted, "Fang Ping, are you still going to fight with us here?" This was the second king's territory. Above the large palace, there was an empty space. That was the entrance to the space battlefield. The great battle back then had taken place in the imperial palace. After the fall of the imperial palace, the current situation came into being. At this moment, Fang Ping did not attack again. There were still more than 200 powerhouses in the catacombs. If they were to fight head-on, humans would not be a match for them. Ignoring Qi Huanyu, Fang Ping glanced at the pitch-black entrance of the imperial palace and felt a sense of crisis. He did not look at it any longer and looked up at the sky again. In the sky, the origin of chaos revolved around the hole, as if it had deliberately left an entrance. Fang Ping watched for a while before turning to Qi Huanyu and smirking. "Go in and try it." Qi Huanyu snorted. He did not dare to enter rashly. The dimensional battlefield was the true necropolis of the gods. Who knew what would happen inside? The second king palace below was also a huge threat. It would be better if Di Hao was still alive. At least he knew that the two kings were involved. But now Di Hao was dead. Since there was no movement from the two kings, they became worried instead. A group of people gathered outside the Arch Palace, but no one dared to step into the Arch Palace, and no one dared to fly into the space battlefield. The scene turned silent. Fang Ping sneered. "You're all in such a hurry to come in and seize the supreme treasure. Come on, don't you have the guts?" Qi Huanyu looked at him and said coldly, "Fang Ping, you don't need to provoke me. We will naturally enter the realm battlefield. As for the rest of you, you better pray for yourselves." Fang Ping said playfully, "Don't worry, I won't enter. I'll wait for you right here. My fortuitous encounter is never a treasure, it's you people. When you get the treasures and come out with heavy losses, I'll kill you and the treasures will still be mine." When he said that, some people's eyes were filled with a strange look. Fang Ping was the only one who could say something as blatant as that. This time, even Qi Huanyu was speechless. Fang Ping smiled playfully. "It's fine if I don't go in. I can make the decisions on the human side. No one will force me to go in. But do you dare not go in? If you don't go in, let's see what the true monarch will do to you." Everyone fell silent again. Fang Ping was very powerful, but no matter how powerful he was only on par with Qi Huanyu. However, Fang Ping's position on the human side was indeed very high. He could call the shots. King Wu and the others wouldn't blame him if he didn't go in. But what about the others? Everyone bore the mission of a true monarch. If they dared not enter, they would probably be in big trouble. Qi Huanyu cursed inwardly. This was also the difference between the catacombs and humans. Fang Ping had a lot of autonomy, but they did not. Fang Ping sneered again and again. "I'm waiting for you to go in and explore. Do you dare to go in? Why not go in and give it a try?" He had no intention of hiding it at all. "I was waiting for you to enter first." Qi Huanyu looked at him coldly, snorted, and said in a low voice, "Let's go in." On the catacombs side, many people looked at the black hole in the sky with some fear. Too many people had died in this place. Is there any danger inside? If there was no danger, why hadn't the second prince's men entered yet? Even a fool would know that it would be dangerous and deadly. If they were to explore the way now, there would be no lack of casualties. Everyone was afraid of death. When Qi Huanyu saw this, his expression did not look too good. After a while, he said in a deep voice, "The few of you, go and take a look." He named a few people. They came from all directions. There were Heaven Plant's royal court, Heaven's Mandate protectors, and 10,000 Demon Royal Court. They all lit up. At this moment, Qi Huanyu did not deliberately send the people from the other forces to their deaths. At this moment, it would be easy for internal strife to break out if they continued to have such thoughts. Now, they couldn't afford such internal strife. Qi Huanyu was rather fair. There were people from all sides. Although the other forces were afraid, the leaders of the other forces also spoke up at this time, indicating for those people to explore the way. Soon, 2 rank 9 catacombs humans and 2 rank 9 catacombs demons walked out of the crowd. The 4 powerhouses had the ability of rank 3 origin and above. When Qi Huanyu saw this, he waved his hand again. More than 50 powerhouses spread out, all staring at Fang Ping's side. Fang Ping did not say much and retreated with his men. If Qi Huanyu and the rest surrounded them now, it would be dangerous. Since these people wanted to explore the way, he would just watch. he still had to enter the space battlefield. Otherwise, if the Demon Emperor's relic was really taken away, who knew if he would still need to come out later? If he left the battlefield directly, then his mission this time would be considered a failure. Without it, Zhang Tao's plan might not succeed. After killing so many rank 9 powerhouses this time, as long as old Zhang's plan succeeded, humans would definitely usher in a big boom in the next few years. Although there were still many catacombs powerhouses left, the key was that they were not united. The true king had already left. Hoping for someone to unite the catacombs' forces in a short time, even if there was a true king who had not left, they might not be able to do this. A true king in the catacombs was a force. An outland was a force. How could hundreds of forces be united so easily? When they were done, humans might not be afraid of them anymore. Seeing Fang Ping and the rest retreat, Qi Huanyu did not say anything. "Enter," someone growled. Although the 4 powerhouses were a little uneasy, they had to enter at this time. Explore the way. Initially, some rank 8 were just pawns to explore the way. Now, however, all the rank 8 were dead. They had to go. The powerhouses cautiously took to the air, not daring to reveal their auras. They restrained their auras and were extra careful. Very soon, the powerhouses approached the hollow area. At this moment, a ferocious tiger monster, unsure if it was moving too fast. As soon as it entered the hollow area, the chaos origin exploded instantly. The other party almost had no chance to fight back. A path appeared and then it exploded. The origin path exploded. As soon as the origin path exploded, the golden body of the monster from the 10,000 demon royal court also exploded in the blink of an eye, turning into ashes in an instant. Damn it! Someone cursed in a low voice. At this time, Qi Huanyu growled, "Don't use the origin. The closer you get to the chaos origin, the more dangerous it is to use the origin." He was also a top powerhouse, so he could see the clues. The ferocious tiger earlier was a little too nervous, and its origin leaked, triggering the chaos origin to explode. The other 2 humans and 1 monster were shocked just now. When they heard Qi Huanyu's words, they hurriedly restrained their origin, not daring to leak it anymore. As a result, the surrounding chaos origin did not attack them anymore. In the distance, Fang Ping saw the situation and laughed. "Everyone, pay attention. When they enter later, we will explode our origin together and trigger the chaos origin to kill them." As soon as he said that, Qi Huanyu's face darkened. He turned to look at him without saying a word. He had just thought of this. At this moment, unless they killed Fang Ping and the rest, they had to be on guard. Qi Huanyu said nothing, but he quickly transmitted his voice to the leaders. "We must stop Fang Ping and the rest later. Everyone hold them back. Some of you don't go in and wait for us outside. Otherwise, if there's no way out, we'll be easily trapped inside." They discussed for a while and quickly came to a decision. After a while, they decided on a plan. Out of the 230 people, 100 would stay to stop Fang Ping and the rest, and also to leave a way out for themselves. The rest would enter the space battlefield to look for treasures. Qi Huanyu thought for a while and added, "If the battlefield can come out again, we'll hide near the entrance. Once the battle breaks out, we'll attack and kill Fang Ping and the rest. There'll be trouble sooner or later. Everyone, I'm not doing this for a personal grudge. Can't you see through it? Hall Leader Qi has a point. Everyone, if we can really hide at the entrance of the battlefield, will do so. When they're occupied, we'll surround and kill Fang Ping and the rest." They reached a consensus again. They could not sense any aura at the entrance of the space battlefield. Obviously, they were separated by a space and had the effect of restraining their auras. If they could hide and come out, they believed that Fang Ping would attack the rest after they left. When that time came, they would hold Fang Ping and the rest back and attack. Perhaps they could completely annihilate this group of people. At the same time, Yu Wu Hua, Wu Qi Li, Jiang Kuei, the leaders of the various forces, also gathered near Fangping, looking at the three powerhouses exploring the way and getting closer to the battlefield. Jiang Kuei said anxiously, "Fangping, are we just going to watch them go in? If they really go in and take away the treasures, we'll lose the initiative. It'll be very difficult for us to take it back." Previously, Jiang Kuei and Fangping were not on good terms. Now, however, they were much easier to talk to. Right now, among the 70 people in the field, the humans were the strongest. In addition, the people from the overseas immortal islands were also roped in by Fangping. They trusted Fangping, and Jiang Kuei could not order them around. Fangping frowned and said in a low voice, "I know, but there are so many of them. Are we supposed to stop them now? More than 200 powerhouses, 3 against 1. I'm not afraid, and I'm confident that the humans can fight 1 against 3. But your people, can they really do it?" Jiang Kuei was speechless. "You still have the mood to talk about this at a time like this?" Yu Wuhua thought for a while before saying, "This time, we're not entering unprepared. There aren't many powerhouses here. We also know that there are many powerhouses in the catacombs. Naturally, we're confident that we can enter this place." Fangping looked at her suddenly and said with a smile, "Tell me about it. It's already come to this. There's not much point in still hiding it." Yu Wuhua chuckled. "Since I've said it, I naturally have no intention of hiding it. Before I came, I brought a boundary breaker nail from Immortal Inquisition Island." Boundary breaker nail. Fangping was a little puzzled. Yu Wuhua explained, "It's a type of treasure used to break the boundary wall. Some people knew how to refine it back then. Now that we've confirmed that the space battlefield is here, the space battlefield is actually not just an entrance, but the other places are all blocked by the chaos origin. What I mean is, later we can forcefully break open a small area and open an entrance. We'll go in from another entrance." Fangping gave her a deep look and said in a low voice, "Can this thing break the great heavenly seal array?" Yu Wuhua was silent for a moment, then said, "Yes. But the situation at that time, even if we break an opening, it will be sealed very quickly. That's why I didn't take this thing out at that time. Even if we break it open, I'm probably the only one who can leave." Fangping nodded and smiled. "Understood. It's a life-saving thing, I understand." In other words, even at the last moment of the battle, Yu Wuhua actually still had a chance to escape. At the last moment, she could break an opening and leave. Moreover, the Divine Court army might not chase after a person. They might let her go and not pursue her anymore. But if that happened, Yu Wuhua's mission this time would be considered a complete failure. Moreover, she would be the only one to escape. The others would all die. Jiang Kuei heard this and sighed. It seems like no one knows how to refine a boundary breaker nail for a long time. It seems like there are still capable people in the overseas immortal islands. Waishin didn't prepare anything this time. In fact, it's very difficult to prepare anything. Jiang Kuei thought for a moment and added, "But I'm not unprepared." According to the sect leader, too many powerhouses died in the space battlefield. The chaotic aura is very serious. There's no Tao in it, but it can easily cause people's thoughts to be confused. Jiang Kuei explained, then said, "So Waishin prepared some mind-cleansing pills this time. When the time comes when everyone takes it, it can calm their minds and not be affected by the chaotic aura." I don't think the catacombs have such preparations. After they enter, there might be a lot of people who are possessed, chaotic, and attack each other. These people didn't experience the battle that year, so their knowledge is limited. Fangping gave him a deep look again. No one told him. That was true. This was a secret of all parties. There was no need to tell Fangping and the others everything. If not for everyone's heavy losses this time, and the catacombs were extremely powerful now, Jiang Kuei might not have told them. After he finished speaking, Fangping looked at Yushu Zi and smiled. What did Senior Yushu prepare? Heavenly Emperor Yulong was also one of the 4 Brahmas. Heavenly Emperor Yulong was also an ancient, venerable emperor. Fang Ping did not believe that the other party was unprepared. Seeing that they were looking at him, Yushu Zi chuckled. This old man can't compare to the two of you. This time, I've only brought one immortal chasing talisman. Yushu Zi knew that Fang Ping did not understand. He explained, actually, it's a rune that can sense energy. The immortal chasing talisman can lead us to the space battlefield, the area with the densest energy. In the space battlefield, energy can't permeate. However, the earthly emperor's relic will definitely have energy. When the time comes, we won't have to search everywhere. We can find the earthly emperor's relic immediately. The powerhouses of the three parties had brought some useful things. Fang Ping smiled. In that case, everyone is prepared. That's good. After all, we humans have only risen for a few years. We don't know much about these things. Right now, everyone can only join forces to have a chance to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. If we go in, it won't be a big problem. However, the key is that there are many powerhouses in the catacombs. Does everyone have a way to kill some of them in groups? As soon as he said that, everyone smiled bitterly. If there really was a way, would they have waited until now? Fang Ping was slightly disappointed. It seemed that these ancient martial artists were not omnipotent. There were even emperor-level existences. Could they not refine something like a big killing weapon? Fang Ping asked again, didn't anyone bring an emperor-level avatar or something like that? There was a moment of silence. Fang Ping's brows twitched. There really was. Yu Wuhua thought about it and explained, there is, but this thing is used at the end to break open the graveyard of gods. If we don't have this thing and can't break open this place, I'm afraid we'll all die. Moreover, we can't use it now. The graveyard of gods is not broken. Once it's used, it'll be the chaos origin exploding. This is the last method to perish together. Fang Ping, we won't hide these, but we really can't use it now. Jiang Kuei also said that's right. All of us have such a backup, and our goal is also the same. The catacombs side will also have this thing. The few leaders will probably have it too, but right now no one dares to use it. Fang Ping rubbed his chin and said in surprise, that's strange. Why don't we have it? The silence was eerily quiet. After a while, Li Daong said dryly, Maybe the minister and the commander-in-chief were afraid that you would use this thing carelessly. They probably guessed that others brought it, so they didn't give it to you. That's not right. Then why didn't Gu Qing and the others use it when they were dying? Fang Ping was too lazy to answer. What did he mean by using it carelessly? Am I not afraid of death? I'm also afraid of death, okay. Unless it was absolutely necessary. How could I possibly use this thing? However, at that point, Tai Tu did not send the heavenly god fruit. If he had this thing, he would probably really use it. Everyone should just die together. Gu Qing, Yu Wuhua shook his head and said, even if he used it at that time, it wouldn't have much effect. An emperor-level avatar might not be very strong. It might be similar to Zhao Xingwu's outburst at that time. Therefore, even if he used it, it would still have the same effect, except that the range of impact was slightly larger. Moreover, Gu Qing might have had the intention to live at that time. If he used it, he would definitely die. If he didn't use it, perhaps he could still live. Coward! Fang Ping said disdainfully. While they were talking, at this moment, 2 humans and 1 demon were already slowly approaching the black hole in the sky. At this time, no one had died. Qi Huanyu saw that the 3 of them had stopped moving and shouted, "Go in! If there's no danger, then come out and report." The 2 humans and 1 demon were slightly uneasy. The space battlefield was very dangerous. If they went in, they might not be able to survive. However, at this point, they could not retreat anymore. After hesitating for a while, the 2 humans and 1 demon in the sky reached an agreement. Very soon, the Heavenly Plant's royal court powerhouse took a step forward, looking hesitant. Soon, he gritted his teeth and walked directly toward the black hole. In the blink of an eye, this person disappeared. Everyone began to wait. 10 seconds, 30 seconds. There was no movement. Qi Huanyu's expression changed. Go in again. Hall Master, go in. Qi Huanyu shouted, glaring angrily at the Destiny Royal Court powerhouse in the sky. Even you want to disobey the order? This person's expression changed slightly. He gritted his teeth, took a step forward and quickly entered. This time, there was still no movement. The remaining demonic beast was getting anxious. It was the next one. At this moment, there seemed to be a voice in the black hole. Very soon, the voice of the person who entered later came out, shouting, Kuei Shui has gone crazy! Damn it! He's attacking me! Hall Master! The voice disappeared in an instant. Qi Huanyu's expression was gloomy. Kuei Shui was the first person to enter. How could he go crazy and attack the person who entered later? This is the effect of the chaotic aura inside. Jiang Kuei said telepathically, so many people died, it's normal to be affected. Actually, if one's strength is strong, it's fine not to use the clear mind pill. However, the person who entered earlier had average strength, 3rd level origin, so it's not strange that he was affected. However, 3rd level origin is actually not weak. The other party's spiritual consciousness is probably not strong, and his will is not strong enough, so he was affected as soon as he entered. Fang Ping nodded slightly and smiled. If Brother Jiang doesn't mind, can you give 1 clear mind pill to each person first, so that we don't get separated later and be affected by the chaotic aura? Jiang Kuei glanced at the crowd and said, Wai Yishan only prepared 30 pills. Fang Ping looked at everyone, thought for a while, and said, we only need 10 pills. I believe that most of us human powerhouses can resist the effects of this chaotic aura. Hearing this, Jiang Kuei did not say anything more. He quickly sent a bottle of pills to Fang Ping. Fang Ping felt a cooling sensation when he held it in his hands. Not only that, Fang Ping's eyes moved slightly. His brain was densely covered in cracks. However, after holding the clear mind pill, the cracks on his brain seemed to be slightly affected. Could this thing solve the problem of the cracks on my brain? The cracks on his brain were definitely a problem. Fang Ping was very clear about this. However, he could only sense the aura of the clear mind pill, slightly. It was not too obvious, so Fang Ping did not say anything. He opened the bottle and looked inside. There were 10 pills. Fang Ping glanced at the human powerhouses and distributed the pills to some of the weaker ones. Many of them felt helpless when they received the pills. Fang Ping did not take any. Receiving the pills was a sign of weakness. Forget it, they had to resign themselves to fate. Fang Ping's current strength was indeed not something they could compare to. Kong Lingyuan, on the other hand, was slightly worried. Take 1 for yourself. After all, you haven't been practicing martial arts for long. Although there's no such thing as Qigong deviation in martial arts, it's still too short of time and too little experience. Fang Ping asked curiously, too little experience? I don't think so. I've been through hundreds of wars, big and small, not counting the time Elder Kong spent in a coma. The number of wars he's experienced might not even be as much as mine. That was heart-wrenching. Kong Lingyuan's expression darkened. Mother asterisk her, I'm advising you out of goodwill, but you're actually heart-wrenching. What do you mean not counting the time he spent in a coma? Cough, cough. Everyone around him was trying to hold back their laughter. Jiang Kuei and the others saw this scene and felt a little indescribable. As a leader, Fang Ping was very young. However, during critical moments, he could always let some people release their stress. With a few simple words, some of the heaviness from earlier dissipated. It was not a matter of others being unable to do it. It was a matter of whether they were willing or not, or whether they were suitable to do it. At the very least, they would not joke about some powerhouses at this time. Moreover, even if they made a joke, the powerhouses might not mind. Fang Ping was still young. In Kong Lingyuan's eyes, There was no need to be angry at Fang Ping for saying these things. He was young and he was hope. Humans also hoped that such seeds of hope could live longer and do better. Just as the few of them were chatting, the last member of the demon race entered. Soon, a voice came from the black hole again. There's a bit of a chaotic aura. You can resist it. You can enter. As soon as the words came out, the situation became tense. Qi Huanyu and the others looked at Fang Ping, and the others. A great battle was about to begin. Chapter 969. Everyone get ready. Fang Ping growled, his gaze solemn. If they want to enter, they will definitely attack us. Everyone became alert, but they were unwilling to leave. Right here. They wanted to take this opportunity to kill some people. Qi Huanyu looked at Fang Ping and said coldly, Fang Ping, I'll give you one last chance. Let's go in together. We'll settle our grudges after we see the treasure. Then let's go together. Fang Ping seemed to be tempted. He smiled and said, but you guys go first. We'll go later. Qi Huanyu remained silent. A moment later, he said with a faint smile, Fine, it's up to you. After that, he shouted in a low voice, Come, let's go in. After saying that, he soared into the air, and 100 people behind him followed, flying toward the black hole. As for the other 100 people, they did not move, continuing to stand guard around Fang Ping and the others. Fang Ping did not hesitate. He roared, Kill! As he roared, he transmitted his voice. Qi Huanyu and the others might be waiting inside. Let's wait for these people to hold us back before we kill our way out. Everyone, seize the opportunity to kill some people. You Wu Hua, take this opportunity to open another passage. We'll kill them and run. All right, Yu Wu Hua answered. Everyone stopped talking and quickly charged out. Kill. On the catacomb side, there was also a powerhouse leader who roared, Don't let them near the entrance. The experts from both sides collided in the blink of an eye. Qi Huanyu and the others also disappeared into the black hole, as if they were unable to come out. A battle between more than 100 rank 9s erupted. The sounds of battle shook the heavens. In front of the crowd, inside the Second King's palace. At this moment, many people were looking at the screen. The two kings were watching as well. These martial artists of the mortal world actually dare to risk their lives, Tianming monarch said lightly and then sneered. It's a pity that the human world is too weak. Everyone wants to sacrifice the human world. The stronger the human world is, the faster it will be destroyed. I heard that a human king has appeared in the human world. Tianji monarch chuckled and said, Even Tian died in the hands of that human king. He cannot be underestimated. King Tianming smiled and said, I never underestimate anyone. Human King Zhang Tao. I also know him. To be able to lead the human realm to resist the fake dynasty at this moment, he was indeed quite courageous. However, the general trend wasn't something that 1 or 2 people could change. In the past, the Earth Emperor God dynasty was destroyed. Even the powerful God dynasty collapsed in a day. Can't you see through Tianji? Tianji King sneered and said, You've seen through it. It was also because he saw through it that he chose to rebuild the heavenly court. These people want hope, and if we give them that hope, it will be what the people want. Give them hope of becoming emperors. Now that they had gotten their treasures back, they had this kind of confidence. Besides, as the surviving experts of the earthly Emperor God dynasty, they still had some trump cards. As the two of them spoke, someone below said, Heavenly Lord, why don't this general kill these people and retrieve the supreme treasure for the 2 heavenly lords? Tianji King waved his hand and said, No need. There were still some dangers in the space battlefield. Once you enter, you will also trigger these dangers. Let these people explore the path first. The traps set by that group of people back then might not be completely exposed. Yes, sir. Everyone agreed and didn't mention this matter again. Outside the palace, Fang Ping and the others kept on killing. A group of experts began to fight. Their blood energy soared to the heavens, and the chaos origin source was also restless. Fang Ping's golden body was powerful. He took the lead and charged straight into the enemy's camp, entering the crowd and killing. With him holding the front, the pressure on the others was greatly reduced, and they followed suit. Meanwhile, the catacombs seemed to be calculating. They did not stop these people from charging into the camp, but spread out in all directions, with the intention of luring them into a trap. Seeing this, Fang Ping sneered. If not for Yu Wuhua's breakthrough nail, he would not dare to be surrounded. But with it, it did not matter. Of course, Fang Ping also kept a close eye on Yu Wuhua. This woman better not drop the ball at this time. If she dropped the ball, then they would be in big trouble. Once Qi Huanyu and the others charged out, they would be surrounded, and then they would be in danger. Fang Ping dared not trust her completely. At this moment, he was still a little cautious and did not go all out. He was prepared to kill the enemy and lead the people to break out of the encirclement if Yu Wuhua betrayed him. The compass in his arms was also firmly under his control. It was difficult to teleport the enemy, but as long as they did not resist, they could still be teleported. This was also the reason why he dared to charge into the catacombs. Kill! At this moment, Kong Lingyuan Li Daong and the others were fighting with all their might, with no intention of holding back at all. Fang Ping said that there were still imperishable substances. As long as they could not die, would the catacombs dare to not hold back at all? Now that they had exhausted everything, let's see what they could do next. With Fang Ping around, that was a moving supply station. Rumble. People were dying constantly. The killing was getting more and more brutal. On Fang Ping's side, people were dying too, but at this stage, Fang Ping did not care anymore. This time, if he did not kill until these people were terrified, his name would not be Fang Ping. Daring to kill his people. Did these fellows not know how petty he was? With Fang Ping and a few other top-notch powerhouses attacking, in the absence of Qi Huanyu, 70 people against 100 people, the catacomb side was at a disadvantage. After fighting for a while, the catacomb side had also surrounded Fang Ping, and the others, after paying a price. At this time, there were less than 80 remaining catacombs powerhouses. On Fang Ping's side, only 3 people had died. In order to surround Fang Ping and the others, these people were also willing to pay any price. At this moment, the powerhouse leader in charge of staying behind roared, "Temple Master!" This roar made the black hole in the sky tremble. Fang Ping sneered, quickly looking at Yu Wuhua. At this moment, a nail had already appeared in Yu Wuhua's hand. Fang Ping, on the other hand, quickly transmitted his voice. "Li Wuqi, release the Emperor-level avatar later." Water Buffalo's eyes widened. Me? Why should it be me? Fang Ping's gaze was sharp. Are you going to let it go or not? You're so easy to bully. If you don't let it go, I'll let Song Mao chop your elder ancestors' flesh later. Li Wuqi cursed in his heart, but he did not reply. At this moment, there was a fluctuation in the black hole. Qi Huanyu's figure had already appeared. Open! Yu Wuhua let out a low roar, and the realm-piercing nail suddenly struck another void. In the void, a black passageway was blasted out in an instant. At this moment, Fang Ping shouted, "Retreat!" With a loud roar, Fang Ping swept everyone and rushed directly into the passageway above their heads. At this moment, Qi Huanyu also rushed out with dozens of people. Seeing that Fang Ping and the others had blasted out a passageway, Qi Huanyu was stunned for a moment. Then he roared, "Stop them!" "Stop my ass!" Fang Ping cursed. At this moment, Li Wuqi gritted his teeth, and a water crystal in the shape of a large water buffalo appeared in front of him. Seeing this, Qi Huanyu's expression changed abruptly, and he roared, "Everyone retreat!" Having said that, without looking back, he quickly went into the black hole. Not only him, but the others also followed him and flew into the black hole. At this moment, the eruption of some people's origin caught the attention of the Chaos Origin, and their douse collapsed almost instantly. Below, the people who were intercepting Fang Ping and the others saw the scene, and their expressions changed. No one stopped them anymore. Run for your lives. Some people retracted their origin aura and ran toward the black hole, while others simply ran in all directions. In the blink of an eye, everyone scattered. Rumble. At this moment, the Chaos Origin erupted in an instant. In the void, a large water buffalo appeared. Looking around, it said in a daze, "It's over? Is this place going to be destroyed?" The reason why the large water buffalo left the avatar behind was to destroy this place at the last moment. Everyone was well aware of this, and they were prepared to attack together at the last moment. However, at this moment, Shui Li was dumbfounded. Where were the others? Why was there only one avatar? My avatar can't destroy this damn place, can it? Damn, little bastard. Shui Li suddenly cursed. What was Li Wuqi doing? Releasing my avatar first. Wasn't that just sending me to my death? Did the avatar not cost money? Did he really think his spiritual consciousness was limitless? I asked you to use it last, not now. Shui Li cursed. But in the next moment, he could not curse anymore. Large amounts of chaos origin gathered in all directions. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the avatar staggered from the explosion and it almost cracked. Shui Li cursed again. What the hell? Where are the others? I attacked first. How am I going to blow up this damn place in the end? Everyone had a common understanding. Now that I attacked, could other people's avatars break this place? Did they have to take the initiative to break it from the outside in the end? Shui Li was cursing. In the second reigning palace, Tianji and Tianming frowned too. Without a word, they teleported the Emperor Palace away from this place. Shui Li, the Raging Bull, seemed to have noticed the second reigning palace. At this moment, this fellow seemed to have the intention to break into the second reigning palace. You two are really alive. Damn it! How dare you embezzle my share back then? I'll kill you. In the second reigning palace, both reigning kings frowned. Tian Ji King humphed coldly. Shui Li, you haven't entered God Dynasty. What share do you have? This bull was unreasonable. Back then, both reigning kings held the position of Demon Palace, Lord in God Dynasty. They were in charge of some powerhouses' mounts, the arrangement, suppression, and enfeefment of the demons within the territory. The Demon Palace was also very important. Fang Ping had underestimated them by saying that they were the zoo director. The demons of the three realms were all under their rule, including some emperor-level demons. Shui Li was already emperor-level back then and was not under the jurisdiction of the Demon Palace. Go to hell! Shui Li's body had been blown up by the Chaos Origin, but he still roared. I am the strongest demon king in the three realms. The earthly sovereign's projection is still here, and he has to give me some face. Why isn't there a share? You two old farts, how dare you embezzle my things? The two reigning kings could not be bothered to say more. They quickly moved the second reigning palace away from this guy. This guy had already caused the Origin to go berserk. They could not make a move now, or it would cause an even bigger Origin to go berserk. At that time, this place would soon explode after sensing their powerful Origin. Shui Li, this bull is still alive inside the second reigning palace, Tianji King said coldly. I remember that Tengu and Nanmao often went to look for him. Unfortunately, Tengu died early, or else he would have been eaten. I thought Nanmao would eat him, but he didn't do anything. Tianming King watched Shui Li's clone being blown up and laughed. Nanmao rarely takes the initiative to attack. Now that Tengu is dead, I'm afraid Nanmao is too lazy to look for him. Nanmao, Tianji King thought for a while and said, when the earthly sovereign was still alive, he said that Nanmao and Tengu were not under the jurisdiction of the Demon Palace. Tianming, what's so special about Nanmao and Tengu? Tianming King shook his head slightly. Although he had heard about it, he did not know why. Both of them had mentioned it many times in the past. It was meaningless to bring it up now. Is Nan Mao born from Tao? Tianji King asked again. Tianming King thought for a while and said, "This is just a rumor. Nan Mao might not be." When Nan Mao appeared, the heavenly realm had already appeared. It might have been abandoned. Earthly Sovereign once said so. Earthly Sovereign should know the origin of Nan Mao and Tengu. Earthly Sovereign's projection established the divine dynasty. At first, no one knew that it was a projection and thought that Earthly Sovereign was still alive. Therefore, these two could be considered Earthly Sovereign's direct descendants. Back then, they often met Earthly Sovereign. When Nan Mao was active in the three realms, they also asked Earthly Sovereign about it. But Tengu was still alive, and Earthly Sovereign was a little afraid of it, so he did not say much. The projection was powerful, very powerful, but he was probably no match for Tengu. Back then, after the four emperors disappeared, Tengu was known as the #1 expert below the emperor realm. As for the one in the Wanggu, no one knew who was stronger without fighting. Later, Tengu died in battle, and the earthly emperor divine dynasty was besieged by various emperors, so they naturally had no time to care about Nan Mao. At the mention of Nan Mao, the two emperor-level experts were a little emotional. This cat really lived for a long time. Perhaps it was the oldest existence in the three realms. Unfortunately, this cat had been living a muddle-headed life. It might not even know its own identity or how it was born, just as the two were thinking about Nan Mao. In the depths of the sea of bitterness, panting, Nan Mao stuck out his tongue. At this moment, when he saw the two emperor-level experts emerging in the world of cats, he muttered, "Why are you thinking about me again? Why do you care about my identity? So troublesome." Nan Mao muttered, looked ahead and muttered, "The fake human emperor asked me to make a fake celestial realm fragment. How troublesome. Use the real celestial realm fragment. It's not like I don't know where it is." In front, the void collapsed. Around them, countless huge cracks like spider webs cut the whole world apart. The sea of bitterness was boundless. The collapsed space was not large, but it was also an entrance. If they did not explore the sea of bitterness, they might not be able to find it. Looking at the divided world, Nan Mao suddenly felt a little sad and muttered, "It's broken. It seems that many people have died here. I don't remember whose territory this is. The celestial realm was ruled by the 9 emperors and 4 emperors. The 4 emperors did not care about anything, and the 9 emperors divided the celestial realm. The old cat could not remember which emperor realm expert's Taoist right this fragment belonged to. Forget it. It was fine as long as it was a real celestial realm fragment. Nan Mao looked at the crack, then scratched his head with his claws and said with some distress, "It's so far. How can I reach there? The fake human emperor is so troublesome. It's so far away. Yet he asked me to lure people here, and he even asked me to connect to the space battlefield. Really troublesome. What an annoying cat." Nan Mao muttered nonstop. "The fake human emperor does not care about human affairs. He made me fly so far. I'm dying of exhaustion." Nan Mao felt that he had lost at least a few hundred kilograms this time. "Forget it. I'll eat some cat food first." Nan Mao was too lazy to think anymore. He took out a large number of snacks and began to eat wildly. As he ate, he circled around the crack. The cat's head was a little sticky. "So tired, I want to sleep. Should I take a nap first?" Just as the cat was thinking, the next moment, he suddenly let out a scream. In the cat's world, Zhang Tao's figure appeared at this moment. "Nan Mao, don't mess things up. Too many people have died. Earth is about to be destroyed." As he spoke, a large number of humans died, and there were heavy casualties. A cat squatted on the ruins and looked at it, tears streaming down its face. Nan Mao was really about to cry. "The fake human emperor is so vicious. How did you know that I want to sleep? Damn bastard. I regret it." The fake human emperor had taken many paths, and there were some places that overlapped with me. Thinking about it, I could sense it very clearly. It's too sad. Why did I tell him that I'm a cat? That's not right, did I tell him? Which bastard leaked this cat's existence? Song Mao's sorrow was unbearable. I'm sad. Was it me who said that I'm a cat? If he didn't know my name, even if the fake human emperor wanted me, I might not be able to sense it so clearly. This is too annoying. The cat was extremely sad and indignant. He turned his sadness into appetite and continued to eat wildly. After eating for a while and circling around the crack, he finally had some clues. This fragment seems to be connected to the space battlefield. I can open an opening and use this fragment as a passage. Then I can block the door of the fragment, right? The cat nodded its big head. I'm smart. I've thought of a way. But the aura spreads so far, hundreds of thousands of miles. How can it spread? The divine peeking mirror is broken. It can't spread out. So annoying. The cat was so angry that its tail exploded. It really wanted to stab the fake human emperor to death. Forget it. I think I have something else that I can try. The cat muttered for a while and began to set it up with great effort. It muttered, I'll just stab all of you to death. They think of me every day, but I'm the only one who thinks of me. How annoying. It's better to sleep. If I sleep, they won't remember me and won't miss me anymore. Sometimes the cat was also very helpless. If it didn't sleep, everyone would stare at it and think of it often. It was very annoying. If it fell asleep, its presence would be too low, and not many people would think of it. The cat began to set it up with its furry, but from time to time, it would look at the illusory continent in the crack. It thought of something and said sadly, It seems to be someone's fish pond. No, it's the bathing pond. Big Dog, that perverted dog, I think he used to peep at people bathing. Meow, I didn't peep. No, I was forced to peep by Big Dog. Meow, women are so ugly. The cat continued to mutter. So ugly. Not as fun as little chubby face. I don't like it. Big Dog is so perverted. However, the cat seemed to think of something again and muttered. Big Dog is not only perverted, but also shameless. Really, he stole their clothes. I was almost beaten up because of him. It's not a divine artifact's clothes, and Big Dog stole them. How shameless! The cat muttered endlessly. At this moment, it thought of many things in the past. The impression of Big Dog in its memory also became clearer. It didn't remember much before, but now it remembered more and more. When the cat remembered these, it was a little sad. I still need to sleep. It's not good to remember too much. Otherwise, the liar will ask me again. Am I supposed to tell him that I've peeped at many people bathing? I won't tell him. I didn't peep. It's normal for a cat to peep at people bathing. As the cat spoke, it meowed again. The more I think about it, the more pitiful I feel. Which cat would do these things? Really, I just want to eat and sleep, sleep and eat. The cat was extremely sad. In the next moment, Fong Ping's figure appeared in its mind. It said quickly, Liar, liar, you owe me 100,000 years of cat food. The fake emperor is too evil. You have to help him pay me back. Otherwise, I'll stab little chubby face to death and piss you off. In the darkness, Fong Ping's body staggered. Then he shook his head and swore. The cat must be crazy. Why did it send him a voice transmission out of the blue? Also, what was up with this cat? He felt that something was wrong. Could this cat send a voice transmission to everyone or only him? Why did it not send a voice transmission to old Zhang and the rest? Could it be because I entered its cat world? As for what the cat said about stabbing Fang Yuan to death, Fong Ping was speechless. This cat was just saying it. He did not believe it. Of course, if it really did it. Fong Ping shook his head. This cat, was it pretending to be stupid? Was this fellow's fur-brushing general specialized in taking hostages? If that was the case, Warlord might have been a hostage when he brushed its fur back then. Unquestionable Sword should have a good relationship with Warlord. Fong Ping muttered in his heart. Maybe it was good. No, it was definitely good. At this moment, Fan Ping did not know if Warlord would still be like now, united with humans and able to attack Unquestionable Sword if he really recovered his memory. Don't think so much. Fan Ping shook his head, not thinking about it anymore. If that fellow, the next time he sent a voice transmission to him, he would learn from old Zhang. He would think of some painful scenes and let the cat have a headache. Fan Ping did not care about this anymore. He asked quickly, "Is everyone here?" "Two are missing." Jiang Yao let out a muffled groan, her breathing a little chaotic. At this moment, there were only 65 people present. In the previous battle, they had killed many people from the catacombs. Some of them had fallen too. Fan Ping sneered. "We're missing 2 people, but at least dozens of people from the catacombs have died." Having said that, Fan Ping shouted, "Everyone stay alert. This damn place is very depressing." At this moment, they were in total darkness. Even Fan Ping felt that his vision was slightly blocked. The space battlefield here was slightly different from other places. At the same time when Fan Ping and the others entered the space battlefield, in the outside world, a sigh was heard again. Taoist Fengyan sighed. "There are so many casualties. What a pity." In the catacombs, 172 people were alive. In the other parties, 65 people were alive. 237 powerhouses were alive. Such a death rate was once again beyond everyone's expectations. Fan Ping's side had killed more than 50 powerhouses from the catacombs at the cost of 5 people. Taoist Fengyan wanted to say a few words of disdain. How did the Divine Land do it? They had been tricked again and again. Were the powerhouses that Life King and the others had nurtured idiots? In the distance, Life King did not say a word. If not for the 300 people who had entered, their people would not have been enough to kill. Shi Huanyu was so useless that it made him feel despair. How did you manage to kill so many of your people, but not many of your enemies? Was this group of people just here to eat rice? In the void on the other side, a large water buffalo did not make a sound. "This emperor will not tell you. It seemed to have something to do with me. Its clones had been used. Obviously, those people's sudden deaths were probably caused by its clone's outburst."